Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our Highland show for today. At this time, what we would like to do is we would like to have everyone rise and remove cover for the playing of our national anthem. At this time, we will have the Denver District Pipe Band play some songs for us from the Highlands Heritage Homeland.
Hello, we're the Denver District Pipe Band. They handed me a microphone, I'm not sure why, but I will tell you that we've been playing this for a long time in one iteration or another. And, and we truly enjoy the audience of the cattle. And you guys, we are going to play several tunes for you, and they are all Scottish, as he said, the motherland of the Highland cattle. So once again, thank you, and I hope you have a grand day today.
Special thanks to the Denver District Pipe Band for playing the renditions of the songs for the Highlands. At this time, we will begin our open show. In the ring at this time will be Class 101 of heifer calves born of June 1st of 2022 or later. We have entry 2906 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. We have entry 3015 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pisgah, Iowa. And we have our final entry 2878 from Sharnabragan Acres from Elizabeth, Colorado.
Well, good morning, and boy, I tell you what, I've judged a lot of shows, and I think this might be the third time I've worked your Highland show, and none compare to the bagpipes. So, great job, and even what's more exciting, our first class. This is a good set of females, and again, I think what's nice is I can stand here on the mic and honestly tell you that all three of these heifers, I think, have incredible value. Obviously, they're different. They're different in type and kind, and you know, I guess it's part of my job to kind of, you know, set the stage or the tone as the kind that I like and the kind that I think will work. And we use one here that, you know, of the three is obviously a little bit smaller in terms of type and kind. And one thing I always have to remind myself, you know, we look at these young calves like this, and this one in particular, she's very youthful looking, and I think there's still enough grow left in this one here. Different parts of the world can handle different size cattle, and I think there are parts of the world where she might be absolutely ideal in her final mature size. She's not going to be big. She's going to be moderate, but yet at the same time, she has incredible body volume. The presence this heifer has out here in terms of balance, I think, is just the biggest advantage today. Everything kind of fits together very nicely. You go from her shoulder to her heart and her underline, the way it sets into her hip. It's just really, really nice, and I think that kind of helps the balance on that female there. And I like her structurally, too. I think as I watch the cattle move, the fact that she maintains just a little leveler in her hip, and especially her tail head, then the heifer here in second becomes a bit of an advantage. So, nice female, blessed with lots of hair, so there's been plenty of cold days in our country, too, where cattle like that would sure be glad to have it. So, a great way to get started, and I think two very nice heifers to follow. In fact, when I look at the black heifer in second, you think about the extension of front, the length of body. I think underneath the hair, you find actually more bone. Her circumference of bone is really good. There's things about her that make her very, very unique, and I love this one up front, the way she's shaped about her neck and her chest floor. Length of body, really good. I think one of the things, because of her maturity pattern, I see her being just a little later maturing. She hasn't developed quite as much rib cage and body to her. I'd like to set the tail head in her just a little bit differently if we could, maybe set it down a little bit more. I don't know in terms of hind leg, there's a little bit of give and take. This one here is just a little bit tighter in her ankle, but again, the strength of her length, her femininity, her cleanliness and neck, the extra bone makes her a very unique breeding piece as well. And then as we look at the heifer that ends up here in third, I think she combines some of the things we've talked about in the first two in terms of volume, rib. There's maybe a little bit more in her than the heifer here in second. Obviously, she's got more frame than our class winner. I think right now at this stage, she's a little greener yet, a little immature, and probably just needs a little more ring savvy. You know, she's a little tougher to get shown. But, ma'am, I'd kind of like to fix this one here from hooks to pins. She's a little steeper in her rump, and I think as you study this heifer, both standing and traveling, maybe doesn't sit down quite as squarely on her hind leg today, but a good female from there forward. So, ladies, thanks for getting us off to a great start here in our female show. Let's give them all a nice hand, and certainly our bagpipers, great job. Great way to get us going.
Your results from Class 101 of heifer calves. In third place, entry 2878 from Sharnabragan Acres of Elizabeth, Colorado. In second place, entry 3015 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pisgah, Iowa. And your class winner, entry 2906 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Coming into the ring at this time will be Class 102 of heifer calves, born of May 1st through May 31st of 2022. We have entries 38 from 4-Star Highlands from Olathe, Kansas. We have entry 2824 from Holly Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. We have entry 3032 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. We have entry 2995 from Trafalgar Square Farm of North Promfort, Vermont. And we have entry 2933 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. We have entry 2836 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. And entry 2845 from Sabre Highlands of Seymour, Tennessee. Again, this is Class 102 of heifer calves, born of May 1st through May 31st of 2022. Our judge for today's Highland Show is Mr. Scott Shockey. He is the professor at K-State. He has coached livestock teams for over 22 years, and he has won KSU 5 national championships within the livestock judging industry. So we appreciate the professor judging today's Highland shows.
Well, again, just a great class, and I am not near smart enough to tell you as breeders, exhibitors, which one is, in a young calf like this, going to be the best one, which is going to make the best cow. I mean, all we can do is based on visual things out here, and really, again, for me, it kind of boils down to just the kind, the image that I have in my mind of what I like, and irregardless of what breed I judge, who fits the image the best. And I think in this class here, there's some real challenge to it because I really like a lot of things about this first heifer. Obviously, she wins. She wins a tough class. But I think when we get off to the side, and when she came through that gate down here, obviously for me, she's very captivating. She's got just extreme balance. Everything fits together well. She's nice in her neck and her chest, her lower shoulder. She's so good in her spine and the way she holds everything together on the move. And then yet, what makes her really unique, in my opinion, one that has that kind of design and yet in a female character to her, I still study her out of her spine, the shape of her rib, the extra dimension, and not that I think that that's the biggest, most important thing in your breed, but the way she's able to maintain squareness of pins and hip, a little extra bone work. Just I get down to it and I say, what would you change about that one? I'm not sure I'd change a whole lot. That one's just pretty daggone nice. Now, when you start to compare her, you'd say, well, she sure ain't as big as the heifer here in second. And actually, that's what I struggle with the heifer here in second. She's so much further along in her maturity, her size, her weight, her horn development. Everything to me reads one that's just quite a bit bigger and older than the heifer that we have here in the class. And so, again, I set that outside my mind. I said, okay, let's just study the heifer. That's a nice heifer. She's a little different in kind out here because of her extra size, but I moved her up into second. I like the shape of her neck. I think she's a little nicer down in her jaw, the way her neck sets into her shoulder. Again, I'm going to say in general, I'm going to call her more feminine than the heifer we end up here in third. If I was to improve her again, the thing that I guess I would like to do is just tone her down for her age a little bit. As she leaves me, she doesn't travel as squarely at her hock as the heifer that wins the class, and certainly as the heifer that we have here in third. So again, there might be a physical thing in terms of structure I would like to change just a little bit if we could, but I don't know where we fit that one at. We can easily start with the class and say, if you want big Highland cattle, there she is, okay? If maybe she's too big for you, then again, we can set her down the lineup because there is really good quality behind her. Another one here that I think is very unique. I love this one from her forerib back, her extra body volume, again, a little more compact, a little bit more moderate, but yet everything kind of fits together in her. Her hip shape is good. Squarely really moves square from behind. I like that one in her hocks and the way she gets down to the dirt. Maybe change her a little bit out of her front end, her front feet, and really, quite honestly, we get off the side, she's just a little chuffier necked, a little deeper in her jaw there. Doesn't strike you as being quite as refined right now as the cattle we have staying on either side of her, but I guess I like the idea that if we kick that one out as a cow, I think there's a lot of good in her to maintain herself and just have that fleshing ability that sometimes is pretty tough to find. Young lady, your heifer is also extremely interesting. That is one gorgeous, beautiful necked, beautiful chest floor in this heifer right here. Again, very youthful too. You look at her head, you look at her horn, everything to me reads a very young calf that's got a lot of future ahead of her. And I think a little bit of that also happens to be a bit of her detriment as we study her in terms of her shape right now. She is a little narrower constructed. We get in behind her, just a little narrower and flatter in her hip, and kind of gets a little tangled up in her hind legs. I think it's just kind of a young little growing calf here, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this one here because she's very unique in her pattern up front, her neck and her shoulder. Hopefully she comes along, we square up a little bit in her pins and maybe just get a little more real base width to that one there, but she's cool. You're going to have a lot of fun with that one there. I like the next heifer too from the standpoint of length. She resembles the black heifer in her length of body, her refinement of neck and shoulder, probably has a nickel more bone to her and just really dimension right now, I think, than the heifer we talked about. Again, probably want to fix her just a little bit on both ends in terms of feet and legs. She kind of throws her front feet out just a little bit more, and I think part of that leg deal right now is she's a little nervous out here in the ring. She just doesn't want to square up quite as nicely, but another young calf that I think just has a world of future to her. We have another pair of cattle. I'm going to keep them together here that are very green, and again, their size kind of fits their age out here. They're youthful looking to me. I thought the red heifer is just a little more attractive in her neck shape. Certainly stays nicer from hooks to pins, and her general design out here. I think both heifers, it's just a matter of just needing more time. As we go ahead and let them mature and develop and get a little extra weight on them and get a little more shape to them, we're going to like them quite well. Because the black heifer is going to have plenty to her. I think her volume is good. She's got some some bone work to her. Just right now at that stage of her life where maybe she's just a little awkward in the way she kind of puts everything together in terms of her neck and her shoulder and her upper hip. But good females. Again, a challenging class. You're not sure how you really want to sort the top three, but I do like the one that wins the class just for being really complete in her overall design.
Your results from Class 102 of Heifer Calves. In 7th place, we have Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 6th place, Sabre Highlands of Seymour, Tennessee. 5th place, Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4th place, Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. In 3rd place, Trafalgar Square Farm of North Pomfret, Vermont. In 2nd place, we have 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. And your class winner is Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from 101 and 102 for our judge to select your Division I intermediate heifers. Our champion Division I intermediate heifer will be receiving a banner sponsored by LEA White Farms, and our reserve champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Scarlet Sunrise Farms. Once again, our judge for today's contest is Mr. Scott Shockey, the professor at K-State University. We also have some ringside help. The gentleman in the black hat is Mr. Rick Krumpeck of Ain't Right Ranch. And also helping out with notes is Miss Molly Davis.
Well, again, we got off to a great start in that first class, and it's kind of nice, you know, from a body standpoint, both these class winners kind of resemble one another and got nice shape, nice dimension to them. Again, both of those particular individuals and the seconds that stand behind them, I think, are just really good in quality. I think when you get down to kind of the big important factors to me, these two heifers that won the last class, one of the things that I think is really a big advantage to them is you watch these two heifers come at you and travel towards you. They're a lot squarer in the way they sit down on their front feet than the young calf that won the first class. You know, we talked about that class there too in this division, how good it was and how many good cattle were in there. In fact, there were heifers that I think were 4th and 5th that had just as much potential next year to come back here and be competitive as the first two that we have here in the class. So not only is the depth of that class really good, but I think just the overall dimension and quality and certainly the structural, the front end and the way they sit down on their front feet is a huge advantage to the two red heifers. Let's give our young man, our young lady that just won our last class here, first and second, let's give them a nice hand. They'll represent our first division champions. Congratulations.
Your Division I intermediate heifer calf champion comes from Class 102, and that is entry 2933 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your reserve champion for Division I intermediate heifer calf also comes from Class 102, and that is entry 3038 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Up next in the ring is Class 103A of heifer calves, born of April 21st through April 30th of 2022. We have entry 3037 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Entry 3068 from Julia Weber of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. We have entry 2842 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. We have entry 2852 from Spring Flight Farm LLC from Elmira, New York. And we have entry 2987 from Hoof Hearted Ranch of Sheridan, Wyoming. Again, this is Class 103A of heifer calves born of April 21st through April 30th of 2022.
Well, I hope, the first couple of classes, again, I don't ever try to prove any points, but size does not matter to me, and I hope you appreciate that. Again, I think what I want to leave this show saying is that we're using the best ones in every class. They might be the biggest, they might be the smallest, but they're the best ones. And this one here, and ma'am, I don't know anything about your breeding program, but it's consistent in color, consistent in type and quality, and this one here I think is really good in quality. I like her structure, I like her design. We talked a little bit on the last heifer you had in here, and maybe she wasn't quite as square from behind, but this one's very good from behind, and just tremendous in her balance. We get her off the side, and strength at top, extra dimension that she has. And yes, again, she's the biggest, but don't leave here saying that the reason she won this class because she's the biggest. The reason she wins this class because she has a lot of good things in her favor. Now, I thought the challenge was for second, and probably here our second place heifer does not have the hair gene like we have in the others in here, and so it becomes a disadvantage because the first thing we want to say is she's not as powerful and as stout as the heifers on either side of her. I guess as I study her at the floor of her chest, we get in behind these cattle, we watch her move, her base width, and really her natural shape to her top and spring rib. I would argue this one has more to her than the white heifer that ends up here in third, and I love that one's length. I love her balance and femininity that she has. I think, again, if we could put the same kind of hair coat on her like we have on the heifers that are standing on either side of her, we would ooh and go over that one pretty quickly because there's a lot of quality in that heifer here. Again, my first impression when this one came in the ring, I'm like, this one's pretty cool, and she is cool. We've got her dressed nicely. She's got, I think, a very nice knee set to her from the side. Her extra body depth is good. We've done a good job keeping this one's top line kind of collected and clipped in nicely. But again, quite honestly, when we start to study this one underneath all that, we go to the surface, kind of study her up in their chest, down at the ground. She's base narrower compared to the other two. She's a little shorter made than the heifer that ends up here in second, and maybe just not quite as refined. So there are some things that I think, again, are really unique and very interesting to her. Her volume, her bone, again, her collectness of top line and is really, really quite good. I'd just like to maybe make her naturally a bit wider based, a little more to her when we get underneath her, refine her up just a nickel bit more through her neck. That is one huge advantage of the next red heifer. Beautiful from her shoulder forward. I like her head, the shape of her neck, the way it ties into her shoulder blade. Length of top is good on her. She has some body volume. As we would want to change this one in a particular area, I'm going to be a little more critical of her from her hooks back. You can notice here as she travels, she has a tendency to be a little lower set in her pins and just doesn't set down on that hind leg with quite the authority and squareness. And again, I'm going to pick on that heifer's attitude right now. She's a little tougher to get shown. That doesn't help it. But beautiful up front. Length of body's good. There's still a lot of grow in that heifer there. And the next heifer then we have completing the class. Again, just a very young, youthful looking calf. Her body depth is good. I think in terms of her top line, she's made very, very nice in that regard. Just a little further behind today in terms of her bone and her real natural dimension when you get inside of her. And again, I think a lot of that's just because of the young age and the greenness of conditioning that she has here at the show. Again, nice class, a very strong group up here on the top end to evaluate, and congratulations.
Your results from Class 103A. In fifth place, we have Brandon Farms from Deer Trail, Colorado. Fourth place, we have Spring Flight Farm LLC from Elmira, New York. In third place, we have Hoof Hearted Ranch from Sheridan, Wyoming. In second place, we have Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. And your class winner is 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Coming into the ring at this time should be Class 103B of heifer calves born of April 1st through April 20th of 2022. We have entries 2934 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Entry 2823 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. We have entry 2853 from Hideaway Farm from Moretta, Illinois. We have entry 2912 from Dan and Laura Holland of Larkspur, Colorado. Again, this is Class 103B of heifer calves born of April 1st through April 20th of 2022. Highland cattle are known for their performance genetics with style. And if you are jealous of the exhibitors in the ring, you can definitely purchase one. The 34th Annual AHCA National Sale is tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Time here in Denver. There's a live broadcast with internet bidding at CCI Live, and absentee bids are available through Sheridan Auction Company. For the sale catalog or to arrange the trucking, you need to contact the American Highland Cattle Association. But again, the 34th Annual American Highland Cattle Association's National Sale is tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the Beef Palace Auction Arena.
Yeah, keep her third. All right, in this set of females, again, I thought maybe these two kind of went together very nicely because of their type and kind, their quality, and then the other two fit together very nice too. They're not quite as far along today in size and length of body maybe, but I think they're useful cattle here on down the road. Let's focus here up on top, and I think this one brings some very unique things here to the class. Her length of body is one of the big advantages she has over the heifer in second. Obviously, we got a big strong hind leg underneath this one. Her bone work is good. Her dimension, her spread to her top, I think is very good. It's one of those two that I think as she gets a little more experience in the ring and set down on her hind leg the way she needs to will really help her. Right now she's kind of throws them around a little different direction, and I think a little of that is just, again, a bit nervous out here in the ring, doesn't stay quite as collected, and she's camera shy too, it looks like, doesn't stay quite as collected on the move as you probably would think just looking at that heifer standing there. Young lady, your heifer is very nice too. Her depth of body, her natural depth, I think, is quite nice. Laid in really good in her shoulder, the shape of her neck. Again, you think about female characteristic. I see that in this heifer here. She's got that extra smoothness and the way she blends everything together. Probably from hooks to pins, as I study her on the move, you'll have a tendency to watch her kind of drop a little bit in her pins and maybe, again, doesn't stay quite as bold and full down her top and out through her hip like the class winner, but she's got a nice look to her, very good up in her neck and her shoulder, and again, just the extra depth, and I think that one will make hopefully a beautiful cow for you and raise you some good ones here down the road. We've kind of already talked about the other two heifers, and again, I think they're very similar. They're similar in structure and design. I just felt that the heifer that winds up here in third, just a nickel more to her today, a little bit more bone, just a little bit more substance as I kind of study her Springer rib and the dimension we get right in behind her. Again, not quite as long and smooth and balances up as nicely as these first two, but they're good quality cattle. That's not a problem. I think the refinement might actually belong to the heifer that ends up here in fourth in this particular pair, but it comes at a little bit of a cost right now at this young of an age. She's just a little finer boned and not quite as strong and powerful off her hip and her rear leg as she travels out here. But good quality cattle, a nice class, and certainly a very unique pair of them up here on the top end.
Your results from Class 103B of heifer calves: in fourth place, we have Hideaway Farm from Marietta, Illinois. In third place, we have Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. In second place, we have Dan and Laura Holland of Larkspur, Colorado. And your class winner is Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Set to enter the ring at this time will be Class 104 of heifer calves born of March 1st through March 31st of 2022. We have entry 3036 from 4-star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. We have entry 2857 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. Entry 2915 from Browns Peak Cattle Company of St. Paul, Minnesota. Entry 2895 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. We have entry 2920 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. We have entry 3001 from T. Ross Cattle Company from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. We have entry 3000 from T. Ross Cattle Company from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. We also have another entry from T. Ross Cattle Company, and that is entry 2998. We have entry 3044 from Emery Koch from Russellville, Missouri. We have entry 3073 from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. And we have entry 2888 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. Again, this is Class 104 of heifer calves born of March 1st through March 31st of 2022.
Well, I just heard before this class walked in, and congratulations to the Highland breeders, exhibitors. This is the biggest show at the National Western this year. Let's give everybody a nice hand. And I'm going to bet this might be one of the biggest classes that's paraded in the ring. So congratulations. As I was talking earlier before we got started, this has literally become one of the highlights of this nostalgic arena. And I think about the first time I judged your show and where you're at today. It's just incredible. Incredible to see the progress and to have cattle like this, of this caliber, to work with here in the class. And quite honestly, I'm kind of back and forth on the two heifers we have up here in first and second. I like things about both of them, and yet there would be a thing or two about both heifers I would want to change to make them just say, yeah, this is definitely the best one in the class. And that's not to say that we don't have good ones in third and fourth, because I think they're very good as well. But these have just a little of the extras to them that I think make them pretty special up here on the top end. So what sorts it in my mind is, and a lot of you are standing right in front of them, front feet, knees, chest floor, natural width. As you go down their top, you kind of study these cattle in terms of springer rib and spread from one end to the other. The class winner has that advantage. When she comes at you, she toes the head a lot truer. She's a lot better in her knee and down to the ground. I don't know that I'm going to say she's any better from behind. They both get just a little bit tangled up in their hocks and a little narrow at their base than maybe what's ideal. But I think as you study her in the upper third of her body and her shape, there's just a little more natural mass and rib to that heifer there. Now, she has one of those tails that just sticks up, and so it makes that tail head to me look a little obnoxious. Part of it is the way we have it fitted anyway. It kind of looks like a shark fin out here. And I think, again, it's not, I don't know that I'd say she's got a bad tail head. It probably needs to be a little bit better. But if you kind of look at the way the tail head sets into her spine and the fact that she always keeps her tail up, to me that's kind of throws that thing just a little out of kilter out here in terms of when she moves. And to be honest, what I thought made it close, and when you watch these two cattle move, if you study this heifer in her knee and her hock, not unsound, but she doesn't flex it quite as nicely as the heifer we have here in second. So again, coming and going, base width, natural spread, length of body, that's what I like about this heifer here. The soundness in the heifer here in second is what I like. I love that thing's knee, and I say soundness, and that's from the side. The way her knee is shaped, the angle of her shoulder, again, the reach to her hock, and the way that she kind of uses that thing when she takes a step, I think is really nice. And it keeps her top a little softer, too. Her tail head set in a little bit better. So her depth of body is good. Again, right now, I'm just going to say she's a little too one-dimensional to me. I like her from the side, but we get up in front of her. She's constructed, certainly up here in this top end, maybe the top 5 heifers, she's probably the narrowest chested. She's too close to her knees. She needs to be squared up in her front feet. And then when she goes away, things don't change. She's still that same kind of female when you get in behind her. So, again, awesome presentation. We've got this one clipped down a little tighter in her hair, and so it kind of smoothened things up. And I am by no means going to get on the mic and tell you all how to present your cattle and clip them, but I think that's what kind of adds to the smoothness of this heifer here. You know what? This one here is pretty daggone cool in third. I like this one on the move. She stays really nice in her top, unlike when she stands. When she stands, she gets a little lower set in her pins, but her length of body, her smoothness of neck and shoulder, coupled with incredible bone work underneath her, she's got some big old fuzzy legs too. And what happens when you look at her feet, you're like, where are they? She's got a lot of bone and a lot of hair, and so I'm not going to say she's small-footed, but it's a little hard to tell out here in this dirt, but her feet probably don't match her bone work. And I think, ma'am, again, I like this one on the move. I think as she stands, she gets just a little off in her top, doesn't hold together quite as well. And like the two heifers ahead of you, kind of the same deal. You get right in behind her and you watch her go. Really, all three of those cattle get just a little base narrow and not quite as squared up from behind. But nice heifer. I think there's a lot of good in this one. Standing, I like this one a lot, too. Again, they've got her presented very nice. Her depth of body's good. And I think what I'm going to basically say about this one, it kind of just comes down to movement. She's a little steeper up in her shoulder. I think as you study the heel of her foot, she's a little shallower in her heel, and the reason being is because she's kind of short in her hip and the way she sets on her hind legs. So she probably needs to be built just a little bit differently on both ends in terms of structure, but nice heifer on the stand. She's smooth, she's deep, got a nice female look to her. Sweetheart, you did good. I'm proud of you. Good little showman here, and that is a big, powerful heifer. In the group, this is probably one of the boldest, widest base. You bet, give her a hand. She had a big old smile on her face. You know, when I placed fifth, I never smiled quite like that. So, bless her heart. But that's a good heifer. You know, I guess what I would say, she's a little heavier conditioned than the others, a little thicker necked, and kind of like the heifer we described ahead of her there in fourth, maybe just not as mobile on her hind legs. She kind of has a tendency to be a little sluggish in the way she takes that thing for a stride. But big-bodied and bold, and again, just a good, powerful female and a beauty young lady got ahead of her showing her. So another one here that I'm just going to say needs time. You know, she comes a little smaller, frailer here in the group, but nice presence, levelness of design, feet and legs are pretty good. You know, she's at a pretty big disadvantage right now in terms of just natural dimension and just sheer performance. And so I think, again, one of those that as a mature cow, she'll be big enough someday. In some parts of the world, she's plenty big enough. You know, relative to this class, she came off just a little small. This Smoke, I love her depth of body. Again, volume is good, bone work is good, a little straighter in her shoulder, not quite as mobile. We get up in her top a little bit more when she moves, but standing, I think that one there sure gives you a lot of good value look in terms of her rib and the kind of doability that I think that one has. And this one right behind her is just like her, just in a smaller package. Lots of rib cage in her, going to be a very moderate cow, which again I've shared with you. I don't think that's a bad thing. She can probably be able to maintain her body condition in grassland that looks like this floor out here, so I think that can be an advantage to her. We go back with more length of body, and again, this one I told our exhibitor, I said, boy, I wish we all felt that good every morning when we got up. This heifer was a little bit of a handful right off the bat, and I think it kind of affects her hind leg and her movement just a little bit more, but I like her length, I like her femininity, and really the other two heifers, again, just a little bit behind on weight. They've got some refinement and some smoothness to them, just not quite as far along today in terms of their weight per day of age. Great class. They've all kind of left the ring, but let's give them a nice hand. Maybe they can hear it back there in the backside of the barn. I appreciate everybody's patience out here in this class.
Your results from Class 104 of heifer calves within your Highland show. In 11th place, we have Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. 10th place, we have Browns Peak Cattle Company from St. Paul, Minnesota. 9th place, we have Runamuck Ranches from Yakima, Washington. In 8th place, we have Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. 7th place goes to Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. In 6th place, we have Beyond Hope Farm from Ellendale, Minnesota. 5th place goes to Emery Koch of Russellville, Missouri. 4th place goes to 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. In 3rd place is T. Ross Cattle Company from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. In 2nd place, that is also T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. And your class winner goes to entry 2998 from T. Ross Cattle Company. In the ring at this time should be Class 105A of heifer calves born of February 1st through February 28th of 2022. We have entry 2844 from Sabre Highlands of Seymour, Tennessee. Entry 3042 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Entry 1497 from Double G Ranch of Westcliff, Colorado. Entry 3045 from Adeline Sundstrom of Brady, Nebraska. And our final entry is entry 3067 from Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. Again, this is Class 105 of heifer calves born of February 1st through February 28th of 2022.
I'm going to let them stand like this. So for our bookkeepers, we're going to place them like we've pulled them here. But I want to talk them like this because, again, my approach to this class is, A, it's hard. I think all 4 of these cattle have extremely good pieces to them. But the decision you have to make, do you use the 2 cattle that are a little bigger and growthier? And again, we're looking at February heifers, and they need to be a little bit bigger. Or do you come back and use 2 that are a little bit more on the small side? For me, there's kind of that window that I like to keep them in, and these kind of are on the other side of the window, being maybe just a nickel small, but they have such quality to them. So here's what I'm going to say. I am not smart enough, again, to tell you which will be the best one next year, which will make the best cow. But the obvious thing is these 2 heifers just simply have more growth, more performance, more to them. I mean, that's the big obvious picture, and yet they still are a pair of heifers that are very high in quality. The black heifer, I'm going to pick on her just a little bit in a couple areas, a little straighter up in her shoulder, and again, tail head doesn't set quite right into her, but really lots of natural volume. Their dimension of chest, the way she's made as we get in behind her is really good. You know, she sets the bar very high and yet still has a very refined look according to the shape of her neck and the way she takes that extra power and kind of ties it all into her skeleton. So again, we'll pick on every one of these heifers in the class, and that one there, as a modifier just a little bit, I would like to tweak her just a little bit on both ends. The really, really refined heifer stands here in second. Again, just very alert-eared, bright-eyed, good-looking. Love that heifer's neck and shoulder and the way she sends it into her blade. I think her rib cage is okay. As I kind of study her in terms of the 4 out here, with the little extra shot of length of body and frame that she has, she can also kind of give you that impression that she needs just a little bit more middle third in volume, more natural body to her. And I hope as she comes along, and certainly getting this one bred, and, you know, if we think about the show world and kind of developing a rib cage with the calf inside of her, that's really going to help. But I love that one up front. I love her neck and her shoulder, and again, just the female look that she gives us. Then we go to the 2 smaller ones, and what I'm going to say is just they're just small. You know, that's the problem that I have is I either start with them 2 and say, you know, structurally, especially the heifer here in third, when I study her movement out of her shoulder, the angle of her shoulder, the way it's laid back and the set of her knee, just her length of step, she looks really, really comfortable. She stays pretty good up in her spine. Again, maybe not just dead perfect in her hip structure, but that's because she's got a little extra length of hip to her. You know, we get in front of her, get behind her, the natural width is not there. I don't know that it's ever going to be as big and bold and powerful as the 2 heifers here ahead of her, but you will never, or I would never, ever pick on that one there for not being sound enough, not being good enough looking, you know, not being smooth. She has so many things in her favor. And again, if you're a breeder or a program where you want to downsize and moderate them a bit more, obviously these 2 heifers will really work. And same with the heifer that ends up here in fourth. I ran my hands over her because, again, she's kind of got that nice hair coat. We got that thing kind of really, the hair is shaped good on her. She's got a very bold look to her top and her shape, and I think there's some there. Just very youthful looking, and she's one of those that she will never be very big. You know, she's shorter shanked. Everything reads a little earlier maturing, a little smaller in kind, but once again, her structure, her quality, her shape, the unique breeding pieces she has, I think makes her kind of special. So this would be one case where, again, nobody likes to stand 4th out of 4, but go home and keep that thing as a cow and come back and prove this old gray-headed guy wrong that, by golly, this one's going to raise a pretty good one because she's got good breeding value to her. So let's give all these young ladies a nice hand, very good class, good quality to work with.
Your results from Class 105A of heifer calves. In 4th place, entry 2844 from Sabre Highlands of Seymour, Tennessee. In 3rd place, entry 3045 from Adeline Sundstrom of Brady, Nebraska. In 2nd place, entry 3067, that is Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. And your class winner, entry 3042 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Set to enter the ring at this time will be Class 105B of heifer calves. These are calves born of January 1st through January 31st of 2022. We have entries 2897 from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. Entry 1498 from Double G Ranch of West Cliff, Colorado. Entry 2879 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. Entry 2890 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. And entry 2952 from Seawind Meadows LLC of Dennis, Massachusetts. Again, this is Class 105B of heifer calves born of January 1st through January 31st of 2022.
Go ahead and we'll pull her into just like you're standing, okay? Pull in line. Perfect. Again, I think the these two heifers fit together nicely. These two heifers fit together nicely. And if you like them a little smaller, a little, again, not as big a mature size, we can flip them. And I have no problems because I think each of these sure have some value to them. As they walk, I like this one a lot. Again, I don't know that she's going to win every show she goes to, but I hope she wins when she gets in the pasture and we put her into production. She just looks like a model cow, lots of volume, blends together very nicely in her shoulder, smoothness, and I think what kind of gives her the edge over the heifer in second as we put these two heifers on the lead, and even though this is a little ornery with her head, I like the way she stays for her pins and the design of her hind leg, both from the side, and as she leaves you, she's just a little truer from behind than the red heifer here in second. This one's really bold. I mean, a big rib cage, big wide chest floor in her, spread to her top is really good. I think that extra width and muscle comes at a little bit of a cost to her as she travels. She gets just a nickel base wide from behind, underneath, in her feet and legs, and obviously you can see in her hip structure and the rear third of her body just doesn't keep it quite as collected and as nice on the lead out here as the white heifer that's going to win the class. Again, I think there's give and take in these next two. I think this heifer in third, obviously she's blessed with a great hair gene, but her length, her flexibility, very, very nice. I like this one as we get behind her and the way she stays from hooks to pins, her levelness and squareness, her bold shape, I think is just a little bit of an advantage over the next heifer we have that comes here in fourth. Smoothness of shoulder, again, that area kind of favors the heifer here in fourth. I like her depth of body as they stand. She's a nickel stronger right in behind her shoulder blade too. Really from her hooks back is the biggest region. I'd like to change that one a little steeper to her pins, and then accordingly the way she handles her hind leg because of that, maybe just not quite as aesthetically pleasing to look at maybe as the heifer right ahead of her. But a good set, and again, two big high volume, nice cow prospects up on the top end.
Your results from Class 105B of heifer calves: in fourth place, entry 2890 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. In third place, entry 2897 from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. In second place, entry 2879 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. And your class winner, entry 2952 from Seawind Meadows LLC from Dennis, Massachusetts. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from 103A, 103B, 104, 105A, and 105B to select your Division II junior heifer calves. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Viking Fold, and your reserve champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Cobblestone Farms.
Well, I ask before we select our two champions, let's give them all a nice hand. Y'all have been a great crowd, enthusiastic, and they deserve it. Good set of cattle, lots of big classes in this division and lots of really good ones. Several classes, just thinking back on them, they go deep. Some classes from one end to the other. I thought we had cattle that are sure going to help breeding programs just depending on what direction that you have. So, I think this division is a challenge once we get past the one that wins. I think there's one out here that just does a lot of things really good. She may not be the extreme in all traits, but boy, there's not one out here that is as good in the multiple traits that she has. I love her structure, her soundness, base width. Looks like a mama cow. She's got some volume to her. Again, I don't think anything's too small, too big out here in this lineup. These are all, early spring calves, winter calves, however you want to describe them. And so I think we've got adequate growth in them. So I think there's one out here that sure fits the bill for me. And then I think the real race is really which one comes back in here for reserve, because I think we have a lot of outstanding candidates for that. So that being said, young lady that won our first class, let's give her a nice hand. I think that's a very nice young Highland female, and congratulations to her.
Your champion for Division II Junior Heifer Calf comes from Class 103A. That is entry 3037 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. At this time, we will roll in our second place winner from Class 103A, and this is entry 3068 from Julia Weber.
I like that classmate to your champion too a lot, and we said in class, you see this out here, she is at a huge disadvantage in hair, and again, I think there's just some traits that breeds have that they should never lose, and that would be one thing that I would say that particular heifer there, as good as she is in build and design and structure and all that, what makes this breed as popular here at the National Western anywhere you go is just the hair quality, and parts of the world that we can stick them kind of up there with Santa Claus, and they're going to survive, right? Okay, and so that heifer there, probably one thing I would say is, she probably needs a little bit more hair, to be quite honest. So I tell you what, I'm going to roll the dice a little bit. I'm thinking on down the road here, and the one that I think can make an awful nice spread next year, in my opinion, could very well be the heifer that won the second class in this division. Let's give the young lady here in the yellow shirt a nice hand. She's going to wind up being reserved in this division.
Your reserve champion for your Division II Junior Heifer Calf comes from Class 103B, and that is entry 2934 from Highland Smice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your champion is receiving a banner sponsored by Viking Fold, and your reserve champion is receiving a banner sponsored by Cobblestone Farms. At this time, we will bring in Class 106 of heifer calves born of September 1st through December 31st of 2021. We have a single class within the division, so the class winners of this class will become your Division III senior heifer calves. In the ring, we will have entry 2948 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. We'll have entry 3003 from Back to the Roots from Watkins, Minnesota. We'll have entry 2867 from Shaggy Cattle Company of Jacksboro, Texas. We'll have entry 2833 from Mark Morrison and Ashley Borsum of Eaton, Colorado. We'll have entry 2870 from Hartman Highland Farm of Hartman, Arkansas. We'll have entry 2961 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. We'll have entry 2955 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Entry 3005 from Back to the Roots of Watkins, Minnesota. And our last entry, 2856 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. Again, this is Class 106 of heifer calves born September 1st through December 31st of 2021. This is the only class within Division 3. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion Division 3 senior heifer calf.
Well, this set of Fallborns, again, I think there's just a lot of good breeding pieces to work with here in the group. And sometimes I know we come to a show, we want to win, and we want cattle to, really be at the top of the class. But I think we also, at least the more I've done this and on the showing side as much as the judging side, we also want cattle to represent our program. And we've got, like the gentleman that has the heifer second from the end there, smaller, but a good kind, just little, doesn't fit the mold up here on the top end, but lots of body, lots of volume. And if his program is cattle that are a little smaller in kind and moderate, not big, mature size, my golly, that's a good kind right down there. So in the show ring, we're going to keep with just a little bit more, again, adequate frame. You found out the first couple of classes. You don't have to be the biggest. I'm not going to use the smallest. I just think there's a window here in terms of mature size we need to work with, and these cattle fit it, I think, very nicely. So, this first heifer, again, a lot of things working in her favor. A beautiful presence out here, her neck and her shoulder, her boldness, her substance. There's a lot of dimension to her. I like when we watch her move from the side, the way she sets in her hock, and her ankle down low, and her knee is good. She gets a little squirrely from behind, though, in her hock and the way that she goes. And again, one of those deals, I don't know how you clipped her. I'm going to say you probably took her a little too tight, maybe trying to knock the tips off, and it gives her a different appearance out here. Some may like it, some may don't. Again, I'm not going to judge you on your fit job, but I think leaving some hair on that one fits more of the breed standard or type for me, and I think it would have helped her out here. But that's a good female. I try to get underneath the hair and really study them, and I think that one, slick or lots of hair, it wouldn't make no difference. That's an awful good female. A very nice one here in second, too, the red heifer. I love this one's chest. Her length of body, not going to be a tall one, but her length is really good. The structure is good on this female here in terms of the way that she moves. And really the reason we get her around the other big silver heifer here that winds up in third is her shape. I think the turn to her top as we get in behind her, the shape to her hip, not overabundance of muscle, but the right kind of turn, the right kind of shape, I think, for me, and yet sets down on a really nice, strong hind leg. So, again, we go a little bit smaller in mature size and kind, and she's just not as bold and as dimensional as the heifer that wins the class. But I think, in my opinion, the second best heifer in the class in terms of just tying a lot of good things together. We could have used this silver heifer second. She fits the color pattern of the class winner. She fits the frame size of the class winner better than the one we just discussed. Bigger outlining heifer, really long, level. She was a bit of a handful for our showman early on, and now that she's kind of gotten her head in the game and kind of pulled herself together, I think we can see there's a lot of good in her. I like her depth. Maybe the one ingredient we don't see in her like I see in the first two is we get behind her, she's a little flatter made, just a little narrower constructed, doesn't have the same kind of shape to her, but a lot of good things in her regarding her length, her smoothness, her depth of body, and now that she's kind of got her head back in the show ring, she's doing a nice job in getting presented out here. This young lady's heifer and really the next three, I think we can flip-flop them around. I think the big thing for me is this one has just a little nicer look in her chest and her neck shape as compared to the black heifer. I like the general shape and turn to her rib. She's a little twisted out up front. Again, base narrow, maybe not quite as wide and dimensional as a couple of them up here ahead of her, but I thought she balanced out a little bit nicer, and it's primarily because of her front third as I compare her to the black heifer. The black heifer's got a lot of bone. I like her depth of body. Again, a little bigger outlining female. That's good. It doesn't bother me as long as she's got some rib to go with it. What I'd like to see in this heifer here, kind of like the silver heifer, she's big and deep, but she's also just a little too flat. You can see that from behind in her pin set and her base width underneath her. Again, just not quite as bold and quite as powerful. A little extra jowl in her jaw and down into her chest, and so maybe doesn't give you that real ultra refined look. But that's a good female. I think there's a lot of value in her. A strawberry heifer, good looking. I mean, long and real attractive in the shape of her neck, and she's smooth. And again, I can bounce her up 2 notches because of that. I like the length of body that she has. She's probably a little more challenged out of her front end. She twists out quite a bit more, both as she stands and she travels. And kind of like the two ahead of her, I think she too could stand just a little bit more boldness of shape. But if you like her pattern, her femininity better than the two we just discussed, I'm spot on with you, and we could just as easily move her up. But I'm a little bit more challenged with their front feet. We've kind of talked about this next one. Again, not the biggest one in here, but just ultra deep, and yet for being a little smaller in her frame, everything fits together. So balance-wise, she does have some things that kind of fit all together very nicely. Just not going to be a very big cow. We can see she's a little shorter cannon. Just everything reads pretty small and early maturing in her, but different. Again, there's parts of the world that's the kind we probably need. Bella, you got a good heifer here too. Really clean and attractive. You know, she's not quite as fleshy and quite the boldness to her like the other cattle we have up ahead of her. But partner, you did a good job too. Let's give him a nice hand and all the people that participated. Very strong class of falls.
Your results from Class 106 of heifer calves. In 8th place, entry 2867 from Shaggy Cattle Company. 7th place, entry 2961 from Kasabi Farm. 6th place, entry 2833 from Mark Morrison and Ashley Borsum. 5th place, entry 3003 from Back to the Roots. 4th place, entry 2870 from Hartman Highland Farm. 3rd place, entry 3005 from Back to the Roots. In 2nd place, and your reserve champion, Division III Senior Heifer, goes to entry 2856 from Beyond Hope Farm. And your class winner and your champion Division III Senior Heifer Calf goes to entry 2955 from Howling Springs Farm. Set to enter the ring at this time is Class 107. This is a single entry class from 2830 of Heather Valley Cattle Company. This is the only heifer born from July 1st through August 31st of 2021. Since she is the only entrant within the class, she will be first place.
We'll get her a couple buddies out here in a minute, but you know what, as this heifer stands here, very nice. You know, she can kind of get you pretty fuzzy because she's very feminine looking and yet broody. She's got some actual real body to her. She's laid in very nice in her neck and shoulder. We come back into, I think, enough muscle in this female here. The only thing, and it'll be better, I think, when we get some other cattle in here around her in terms of movement and how does she actually handle her hind leg and her pins as she goes. She's a little timid out here, being the Lone Ranger and the only one in class. So congratulations to you, a class winner. We'll get her back out here in our championship drive and be able to take a better look here in terms of mobility off her hind leg. Very nice heifer.
Your results from Class 107 in first place, entry 2830 from Heather Valley Cattle Company of Laramie, Wyoming. Set to enter the ring at this time will be Class 108 of heifers born of May 1st through June 30th of 2021. We have entry 2831 from U-Rock Ranch of Mayville, Wisconsin. Entry 2851 from Prestige Farms of Pipestone, Minnesota. Entry 2863 from Lone Star Highlands and Husker Show Cattle Company of Whitesboro, Texas. Entry 2942 from Kiza Gabel of Penrose, Colorado. Entry 2917 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. Entry 2821 of Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 2849 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands of Sheridan, Wyoming. 2861 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. Entry 2921 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. And our final entrant is 2953 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Again, this is Class 108 of heifers born from May 1st through June 30th of 2021.
Well, as they're pulling up in line, let's give them a nice hand. Another excellent class and good quality, and they work hard out here. You have to take a little extra time to get it all put together, and again, they deserve your appreciation, I think. This is a tough class. I still think, again, you've got one that's just different, and I would say this. I don't know if we've tipped her hair or whatever, but sometimes when you're in Rome, you got to do as the Romans, and she does look different in terms of hairstyle, and the presentation part in terms of feet and legs, neck, and all that, really outstanding. But she's got a different coat of hair on her than some of the other heifers here in the class. But again, as I try to get underneath that and study what's really there or really not there, this is one that we still appreciate what's underneath what's there. That thing is really bold, her base width, again, the natural spread that she has from one end to the other, and yet stays so nice on the move. She's so collected at the ground. Everything looks poetry in motion when she puts her into lead out here. So again, one of those deals where you're kind of in a breed here that's known to have that long hair, and when you tip it down like that, it gives her a little flatter look than something that she really doesn't have underneath that. The heifer in second, I kind of commented she's kind of like a raging thoroughbred ready to enter the gate for the race. She is really amped up, and I love that one's structure. I think when you study this one and her knee, her flexibility, the ability to get her neck up out of her shoulder, she's proud out here. And again, there's some things about her that I think makes her really, really unique. She's not as bold. She's not as full in her heart and her general body cavity. She doesn't have, again, quite the base width today of the heifer that we have winning the class. But I think there's so many unique breeding features to that heifer there as a donor cow that can do a lot of things really cool. Obviously, attitude in the show ring would not be one of them, but that is one really sound, flexible, alert, good-looking. There's just so many adjectives I think we can use to describe her that fits her very nicely. This is the heifer that I kind of toy with where we really want to set her. I think when I back off of her from the side, balance is just written all over that one there. She comes in a smaller package, but because of the angle of her shoulder, the floor of her chest, her lower shoulder, her underline, to me, everything fits together with a little more harmony than the smoke heifer that ends up here in fourth. Now, again, she probably does need to be a notch bigger in frame. We need to open that one up a bit more underneath in terms of base width, but just so nice in her design, her structure, a maternal build, and yet plenty of rib cage. And again, I don't want to think I need to come into this breed and say we need to have a certain size. Let's make them good first, and that's where that heifer is. She's really nice. She's just a little smaller in stature. I was first drawn in at this heifer when she first came in that we end up putting forth, and again, I think part of the reason is she's long, she's powerful, she's got a big spread to her top, she's thick-ended, a little awkward when we put her on the move. She kind of gets a little shuffly off her hind leg. I think she labors a little bit more out of her shoulder, and then we get her stopped, and I think for a heifer that's bigger in skeleton and a little more mass, maybe looked a little emptier in her rib and just didn't balance out quite as nicely. So again, I don't want to sound critical because I was drawn to that one pretty quickly when she first came in for a lot of the reasons we talked about. That extra length of body and substance is pretty tough to find in one like that. The black heifer, again, just really nice. She doesn't have quite the bells and whistles of these first four, but you start to break her down. We stick her out here by herself and say, what's really wrong with her? It's hard because we only have to, from a comparative sense, she's not as stout, she's not as pretty, but I think in terms of her bone, her completeness, her skeleton, just not many big holes in her. So this is a case here where oftentimes I don't like to do it, but we have to kind of get into a bit of a comparative mode and say, what, she just don't quite have the wow factor that some of those up here ahead of her. Young man, your heifer is a good-looking rascal too, very attractive in her jaw, her neck, everything blends together, so just refined is what I would say about her. And again, a time or two we've said this, sometimes it comes at a cost, and I think it does for this heifer. She's just a little more, frailer, more refined in her bone work, and just her general dimension is a little bit too narrow and just not quite as powerful as some ahead of her. But I love that one's, again, the female look, the neatness of neck and shoulder is really pretty much second to none here in the class. These next three cattle are really big, massive Highlander cattle. They've got a lot of punch to them, a lot of substance. They have, again, blessed with great hair, just cattle that look really durable is what I would say. The kind that can go out and maintain themselves. Maybe just a little more roughness. And really, when I took them 3 big, powerful heifers there and kind of put them together, I thought the white heifer is just a little nicer made in her top line, her upper hip stays leveler than maybe the next 2 cattle. The other 2 are just big-bodied, very dimensional heifers that I think, again, as a cow, we turn them out. We don't worry much about them. Those look like the kind of cattle that can survive, especially in some really tough northern country where it requires to be that kind. They look like they can sure do that. Maybe not quite stamped with that show ring fancy in terms of balance and eye appeal, but good cattle. And then we end with one that really, in terms of her bone and her cleanliness, that's a good female. She's quite a bit greener condition than the other heifers here in the class, and so she looks like she's at, you know, a little bit of a distance in terms of her performance. But that's a good female when you kind of study her underneath the hair coat that she has.
Your results from Class 108 of heifers. 10th place, entry 2942 from Kiza Gabel. 9th place, 2917 from Climbing Stump Farm. 8th place, 2921 from Winland Flats. 7th place, 2821 from Holy Cross Ranch. 6th place, 2851 from Prestige Farms. 5th place, 2861 from Husker Show Cattle. 4th place, 2849 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands. In 3rd place, 2863 from Husker Show Cattle. In 2nd place, entry 2831 from U-Rock Ranch. And your class winner, entry 2953 from Howling Springs Farm. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from Class 107 and Class 108 to select your Division 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifers. Your champion banner is sponsored by We Tired Acres, and your reserve champion banner is sponsored by Dundonald Farm.
I'm going to bet we get them stopped and propped up. We're going to all agree that all these 3 heifers are very nice. They're quality cattle. They have an excellent look to them. And, you know, I told our young lady here that had the only one in that class, that heifer comes in and she's a little timid in her step, and so she doesn't quite handle that rear third of her skeleton as nicely. We turned around and we had her out the ring, and she looks a whole lot better going that direction than she does that way. And so, again, I think a little of her problem today out here in the ring is there's just nothing ahead of her except for our grandstand and nothing that kind of entices her to move along. But still, I'm going to pick on her just a little bit in terms of structure. And I think out here, you know, just the quality factor, these shows, sometimes I get a little frustrated because I think once in a while we get away from real-world stuff. But it's still a show. It's still to have that wow factor, that uniqueness, and yet hopefully we're still able to pick females that can make cows, and I think these 2 can do that. They've got enough stuff to them in terms of dimension for Highland cattle. They've got enough body. Those 2 cattle and several in that class, just absolutely gorgeous to look at in terms of design and quality of structure. So it's pretty tough for me to not use them too. So let's give our young lady here that won that class, second class. She'll be our champion. Her classmate here, old Peaches, who's kind of got her head in the game. Look at how proud she is. She's going to be reserved. Let's give them all a nice hand. Nice pair of champions.
Your Division 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer champion comes from Class 108. And that is entry 2953 from Howling Springs Farms of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion also comes from that same class, 108, entry 2831 from U-Rock Ranch of Mayville, Wisconsin. Set to enter the ring at this time will be Class 109A of heifers born April 1st through April 30th of 2021. We have entry 2854 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. Entry 2834 from Lorelei Brammer of Kiowa, Colorado. 2919 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 2932 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Colorado. 3065 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 28-47 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands of Sheridan, Wyoming. 29-31 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. And we have entry 29-81 from More Tranquility Ranch of Enos, Texas. Again, this is Class 109 of heifers born April 1st through April 30th of 2021. Once again, our judge for today's contest is Mr. Scott Shockey. He is the professor at K-State. He's coached livestock judging teams for 22 years at KSU. He has 5 national championships under his belt, so it's got to be a pretty big belt. Special thanks to our ring help from the American Highland Association. The gentleman doing our directing is Mr. Rick Krumpeck from 8 Right Ranch. We've all been there. Sometimes you just need to take a nap.
Well, I tell you, they just keep coming. This is a lot of fun. So many times we judge shows, and there'll be that class or two, and then there'll be the next class or two. It's like, well, where's all the good ones at? But you know what? Every class, you all have done a great job bringing good cattle in, and this class is no exception because we can go really deep in here and find cattle that can do a lot of things for breeding programs. Again, I think we have one that's just pretty daggone special in terms of her design. Her structure is very nice. She's got a female look and yet still has some boldness to her rib cage. I think the big advantage she has over the black heifer is we start in the neck, the way it sets into her shoulder blade. Her blades are a little more right up on top there. They're set together better. Her heart and her forerib, everything just kind of blends together really good. She's nice on the move. She's a nice sized creature that'll make, I think, a good cow in terms of mature size, good on the go. So again, a lot of things can describe her. Maybe she's the best one in the show, but at the rate we're going, there's a lot of good ones I bet yet to come because it's been an awful good show. The black heifer, there are some things about her that is pretty daggone special. Again, I think about this breed and whether it's right or not. This one is as good at the ground. Her feet, her bone might be as good a feet as I've seen all day. And I think that would be one thing that probably we need to focus a little bit on. A lot of them are kind of flat-footed and shallow-heeled. This one here has got some pretty good paws underneath her and really stout. Again, that one's got as much forearm and real muscle and boldness to her as anything that we've seen all day. And a little tough to get shown. She's a little piecey because of that, I think, or, her shoulder blade and the way it hooks into to her rib cage and just a little bit rough. And then she doesn't have the sweetest personality out here either, so it's kind of hard to get that heifer gathered up. I like that one on the move, because to make them that stout and that powerful within this breed and yet hold together like she can on movement, I think is pretty daggone neat. Nice heifer in third. Her body depth is good. She's very smooth. Probably for me just a little steeper up in her shoulder, a little chuffier up in her neck, like it sits back a little shorter in her shoulder. And again, she doesn't balance out, I don't think, quite as nicely as the two ahead of her, but from there back, a very good female. Young lady, you've had some very nice ones out here today. You do a good job, and that one there, I think, at least I hope, will make a pretty special cow for you. This young lady's done a good job too. This is, again, one of those is maybe a little bit more moderate in frame, but she'll weigh up with about anything here in the class. She's pretty dense. She's got some body. She's got some bone to her. Maybe a nickel course for me, and probably, again, one of those that, I haven't talked a lot about feet. She might be pushing the envelope just a little bit for me for being a little too flat-footed, but young lady's done a good job. That heifer's ready to go home and take a nap, but that's a good, bold made, again, you think about cows to maintain themselves, that one there ought to sure be able to do it. So we go a little bit more up in frame here, and again, I don't think it's good or bad. I like this heifer's, in fact, I love this heifer's length of body, and I love this one up front. Her length of neck and the way it sets in her shoulder, again, one of those that's really proud. She keeps her head up, and she's able to do that, I think, because of the angle of her shoulder. Length of body's good. Again, just a little off in her hind leg when you get in behind her, and I think for as much length as she has, you kind of compare her to the other ones that were ahead of her out here when they're standing head to tail. You just like to give that one some more body. And it's a challenge when you make them that long to have that kind of lower rib cage and volume that they really need to balance out right. But again, I think she has some pretty special breeding pieces to her. Another nice one here too. Nice up in her neck and shoulder. Everything fits together. She's a little shorter made in her hip, and again, maybe just doesn't stay quite as coordinated on her hind leg when I get in behind her, but we get her stopped and put together, everything balances out. She's put together very nicely in her top and her shoulder, in just a little bit smaller, lighter weight version of some of the good high quality cattle we have up here ahead of them. This next one, again, if you look at her basic build, her structure, keep in mind she's very, very thin in her conditioning. She's not got a lot of bloom to her. That's a good female. She's really built nice. She's very feminine up front. Again, not having quite the bloom and conditioning to her. She gives up some weight. She gives up some dimension out here today. But I think there's a lot to work with here because of her structure and her skeleton. Then we end with the heifer that has as much femininity as anything in the class. Really nicely made about her neck and her shoulder. Refinement of bone is good. Kind of like the heifer ahead of her. We're just a little green yet in terms of conditioning and not quite as much power inside of that one. But boy, really nice in terms of the way she's made up and through her front third.
Your results from Class 109A of heifers. In 8th place, 2981 from More Tranquility Ranch. 7th place, entry 3065 from Highland Oak Grove Farm. In 6th place, 2854 from Beyond Hope Farm. 5th place, 2919 from Windland Flats. 4th place, entry 2834 from Lorelei Brammer. 3rd place, entry 2847 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands. In 2nd place, entry 2932 from Highland Spice. And your class winner, entry 2931, also from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Coming in the ring at this time is now Class 109B of heifers born January 1st through March 31st of 2021. We have entry 2971 from Gordon's Fold of Evergreen, Colorado. 2916 from Browns Peak Cattle Company from St. Paul, Minnesota. Entry 3029 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. Entry 2862 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. Entry 2894 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 2891 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 2960 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. And entry 2869 from Hartman Highland Farm of Hartman, Arkansas. Again, this is Class 109B of heifers born January 1st through March 31st of 2021.
Well, in this class, we have some variety and different shapes and sizes and kind, and again, I think we still have some very nice cattle to work with, and I've kind of tried to get maybe a couple here on top that have, again, the combination of things we'll talk about in the next half a dozen heifers or so here in this lineup. So, young man, you got a fashionable mullet that matches your heifer's mullet, okay? I like that. I used to have one back in the 80s. I also had a mustache, and you can't do that yet, can you? Good heifer, though. This is one, again, these two to me, in terms of having just a little extra to them for their age. We're getting into some older cattle here that need to have some extra frame, and this heifer does that very nicely with also more body, more substance, more bone, just more cow. We get right down to it. There's more to that heifer, and I understand she might have a little more conditioning on her than the heifer in second, but I bet if we peel them down, it's probably not a lot different in terms of what you'll find is there's just more body, more muscle in this one here. So the trade-off is with that extra dimension, we get a heifer that's maybe a little thicker neck, just a little bit coarser up into the front third of her body, and especially as we compare here to really the next group of heifers that follow. So, if you want them a bit more refined and better looking up front, then this would be the option for you, because she sure has that. She's nice in her jaw, her chest floor looks good, she stays nice in her spine and her top line when she moves. She's a little bit straight for me in her shoulder, and maybe doesn't have quite the flexibility, I'm going to say, because of her hip, being a little shorter in her hip. But what it really boiled down to, if you just look at the big picture, two very nice heifers. The young man that wins the class, his female just has more stuff to her, so it really became a pretty easy decision for me. Now, I like this heifer a lot here in third. Again, we get outside of the fact that she's a little smaller in kind. You don't find one in the class that balances up as nicely as this one here. Her skeleton's good. Everything fits together. It just fits together in a much smaller package than the two that we start with. So I've said it many times today, if you got a cow herd, you're in an area of the world where you don't need 13, 14, 1,500-pound cows, that right there is your ticket, because she'll probably make a 1,100-pound cow and really always look good. We go back with a little more frame in the next two. This heifer that ends up in fourth, extremely good looking, beautiful in her neck and her chest, length of body's good. As they stand and travel, I felt this heifer maintained some correctness in her pin set and just her general lines out here. I think one of the disadvantages she has compared to those first three, he's get in front of her, she's pretty narrow in her chest, and just in general she's a little narrow in her construction, a little flatter made in the way that she's shaped in her rib. But I like that one a great deal from the side, the way she balances out. Heifer very similar to her here, old silver belly from her hooks forward. Again, refined, good shoulder blade in her. She's got some depth of body to her, maybe a little deeper sided than the heifer we just talked about. This one for me, where I would like to modify her as she travels, you'll notice she has a tendency to be a little lower set in her tail head and her pin bones, and maybe have a tendency to kind of get her hind legs brought up underneath her just a bit more on the travel. But those two fit together very nice in frame and body type and conditioning, and so we keep them together irregardless of where you want to put them here in the class. I'm going to say the next three are what I would call very traditional, and don't take it wrong, Highland cattle. This is what I remembered a long time ago when we judged, and these are good cattle. We sometimes, as we breed, and I know every breed is going through that right now, we've made such changes in type and kind, and sometimes we forget where our heritage started. And these cattle, I think, they remind me a lot of that. Moderate, good body, lots of hair, just good doing kind of cattle. And again, never going to be very big. Not going to be big in frame, not going to be big in weight, but the kind of cattle that fit in areas of the world that I don't care to live in. But these three here, I think, can do that. I just tried to keep body and design as a priority here as we sorted those three. So again, I want to make that statement because I'm not being negative. I wanted you to understand that I appreciate these kind here. In the show, they're maybe not quite as big and that good looking kind that we have up here on the top end, but these are the kind of cattle that again have made this breed come the distance that they have, and so I congratulate you for that. Again, congratulations. Best Mullet of the Day award goes to a young man that won that class.
Your results from Class 109B: in 8th place, entry 2894, Grimes Highland Farm. 7th place goes to 2869 from Hartman Highland Farm. 6th place, 2960 from Kasabi Farm. 5th place goes to 2916, that is Browns Peak Cattle Company. 4th place, 2891, Grimes Highland Farm. In 3rd place, entry 2971 from Gordon's Fold. In second place, entry 3029 from Trinity Farms. And your class winner with the mullet of business in front, party in back, entry 2862 from Husker Show Cattle. Set to enter the ring at this time is now Class 110 of heifers born January 1st through February 28th of 2021. We have entries 2860 from Cross Cattle Company of Kennerdale, Pennsylvania. Entry 2892 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 3066 from Julia Weber of Harrisburg, Kentucky. And entry 2991 from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danbrog, Nebraska. Again, this is Class 110 of heifers born January 1st through February 28th of 2021.
Well, again, good class, interesting. I guess they told me before we started they have weights on the cattle, and I didn't really want to know anything about them. Didn't make much difference to me, but I was interested in this class here. We're getting into some big cattle in terms of age, and again, where you want to be at a mature size. And I guess we've kind of preached both sides of the fence. We need performance, we need size, and yet there's other parts of the world where they don't need them that big. But the one thing that we all need to keep in mind is we are in the beef business. We still sell the majority of our cattle in this country by the pound, whether it be carcass weight, live weight, it makes no difference. And so I still think it is important that we have performance. But this is not a breed that needs to be like the Charolais, the Simmentals, and have 1,800-pound mature cows. So I understand that. So with all that being said, my decision was, do we start with these two, which I think are good cattle? They got good pieces to them. They're long. They weigh 1,200 pounds. They're going to make nice-sized cows. Or do we take the little heifer that doesn't quite crack 1,000 pounds and say, by golly, she might be big enough? And so here's what it comes down to, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth today. These two are very nice. They're, again, good kind of cattle. I guess I probably favored this heifer winning when I get up on her. And you wouldn't, from the side, you wouldn't suspect this one to have more spread, more natural width to her, more base width to her, more spring of rib than the heifer in second. Because when you park them head to tail, your expectations are this is the stouter one because she's got more bone that stands second to her. But that's not the case. This heifer here is made really nice out of the top of her shoulder blade, her spread back to her pins, her base width that she has, and she still keeps it gathered up very nicely too when we put her on the lead. I probably have a tendency to favor her every step off her hind leg, where maybe there's a time or two here the heifer that ends up in second doesn't look quite as coordinated, but they're both sound and functional in that regard. So that's kind of what it boils down to. I just said, you know what, we're going to use a pair of January, Februaries, whatever they are here, bigger cattle that have more growth, more performance to them, and yet they're not out of bounds on the top end side up here on the top end. Like I said, the heifer in second, she is big boned, long as a well rope. Body depth is good. I think those dimensions are really good, but it becomes maybe just a little more one-dimensional. When you get up top of her, you get behind her, she becomes just a little flatter in the way that she's built, just in general from front to rear. But again, those two go together. Whether you decide to put them second and third or first and second, I think we have to keep those two heifers together. Again, the one that kind of throws a little bit of kink in things is there's a lot of things I like about this heifer here. Kind of a cute little thing. And again, I asked the weights because I told them before the show, I don't need to know weights, but I can miss a chicken by 10 pounds. So I asked, this heifer here, 990 pounds. And again, there's parts of the world she will be big enough. I guess when you get outside, again, she's beautiful standing there. Everything fits together well. Again, I'm going to pick on her feet, and then when she walks, she just kind of waddles, I think what we need is one that needs to be longer. We need to lengthen her hip out, and we need to kind of change the direction everything goes off her hind leg, her rear third as she travels. But partner, you got one that's pretty cool to take home and work with, and again, lots of body. For the modern show guy, probably the modern judge, and that does not include me, she'll fit a lot of them because she's big belly and she's got a nice look to her. So again, I want to compliment the heifer for all the things she does bring to the show, but I also want to tell you that in my opinion, she doesn't move quite right. She needs to have better feet, and quite honestly, she could be a little longer. Sweetheart, you got a nice heifer too. Her body style, her length, fits those two up on top. There's no doubt about it. She's not as good when we get in behind her in terms of hooks and pins. I didn't crack her mouth open. They don't look like things line up quite right in terms of her jaw and her pad. So that is something I remember maybe the first time I sorted your cattle. I worried a little bit about that. But one of those deals, and I'm not going to make a real call on that. I guess where I would improve her the most is when we get in behind her from hooks to pins and off her hind leg, just simply stouten her up and make her a little stronger from behind. So again, nice class, interesting class. Good kinds in here to work with.
Your results from Class 110 of heifers: in fourth place, entry 2892 from Grimes Highland Farm. In third place, entry 2860 from Cross Cattle Company. In second place, entry 2991 from Ritz Land and Cattle. And your class winner, entry 3066 from Julia Weber. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from 109A, 109B, and 110 to select your Division 5 Junior Yearling Heifers. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Glass Defrin Ranch, and your reserve champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Northwest Highland Cattle Association. Our Class 109A winner is 2931 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your Class 109B winner is 2862 from Husker Show Cattle. And your Class 110 winner is entry 3066 from Julia Weber.
Well, if we would, real quick, let's put our hands together and thank our exhibitors, breeders, another great division, and they're going to add to the excitement here in a few minutes when we pick a champion. I think there's probably options out here for some of you. For me, it's pretty clear cut. We get them out here, and you just kind of put the ones together that have the most good things. Again, they may not be extreme in any particular area, but cattle that have first and foremost soundness and function. Function not only be in terms of structure, but some real body, some real ability to take care of themselves when we kick them out to the wolves in the tough environment that some of these cattle go back into. And I think that's pretty important, especially for this breed here. And I think the two heifers that came out of that first class in the division, they do that very nicely for me. So young man up here on top, he'll have the champion in this division. The black heifer will be reserved. Let's give them both a very nice hand.
Your Division 5 Junior Yearling Champion comes from Class 109A, and that is entry 2931 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your reserve champion, Division 5, also comes from Class 109A, and that is entry 2932 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 111A of heifers born May 1st through December 31st of 2020. We have entry 3022 from Silva's Highlands of LaSalle, Colorado. We have entry 2899 from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. Entry 2983 from LCT Farms of Wilson, Michigan. We have entry 2950 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. Entry 3064 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. And we have entry 2936 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Again, this is Class 111A of heifers born from May 1st through December 31st of 2020.
All right, another very nice start in well, I'm going to bet it's a pretty strong competitive division. And again, I think these two heifers are the two that we need to kind of land on up here on the top end. And, you know, as they stand, I think it becomes pretty easy to do it. This heifer, in terms of the way she sets her neck and shoulder into her rib cage, just a lot better than the one here in second. What's a little bit surprising to me and probably anybody, when you get on top of them, this is really made nice out of her blade and a spring to her rib, the way she comes back to her pin. So I'm going to be a little tougher on her, though, when we put her on the lead. Again, she doesn't have great feet. She's a little flat-footed, a little shallow in her heel, and I think it kind of affects her pin set just a little bit. The one thing that keeps her a little better, though, in terms of her length of step is that she's got a longer hip. You go from her stifle to the cap of her hock, that angle is a lot more desirable, I think, than the one we have here in second, excuse me. And I think the other thing, too, we're getting at this vintage now and age where if we got a big old calf inside of that one swimming around and give her the kind of swoop to her belly that she needs, that would really improve her for an older heifer like that. But again, don't let me sound like I'm being critical. That thing is stellar in terms of her presence out here, beautiful in her neck and her shoulder, and so smooth in the way she takes that extra mass and ties it into her skeleton. So again, she's got some really pretty cool features. This heifer in second, again, just a real cowy thing. Big bodied. She's deep, tremendous in her bone. You know, again, you look at her feet, maybe just a slight improvement in terms of depth of heel over the one we just talked about. I think both of them can be improved there. I think you'll recognize this too. We've shallowed up the heel on both of them, and of course the way we've got their legs dressed here, it makes them look maybe just a borderline too soft in their ankle for me. I'd like to maybe strengthen both of them up just a little bit down in there. Where I would like to change this one is right here. When she gets away from me, from her hooks to her pins, her hip shape and down to the ground, just not near as much heifer as I would expect from the side, because she's so big, burly boned and deep. You think that thing ought to be just a truck when you get in behind her. As I compare to the one that beat her, she's probably not, and obviously not as pretty up into her neck and her shoulder. Silver, again, good things about her. Really bold. Length of top is good, and the way she keeps her top line when she travels, she stays very straight and level. And she's one of those that's just, again, a little heavier conditioned, and it's starting to affect her up in her shoulder. She's a little broader shoulder, a little fatter up in her chest, and I think as we start to put more internal fat in them, we get them a little too wide up front, and that's kind of becomes a little bit of her problem. But there's a lot of good in that one there, especially from her forerib back, and she does look like one that's pretty heavy, long in calf, which I think is very nice. Standing, I like this heifer a lot here in fourth. She's got good presence out here. She keeps her top line together very nice as she stands. She's you know, she's probably been in here too long on concrete. I've been here about 8 hours, and I feel the pain too. You know, it's pretty tough on us, and you can see as she moves here, she's just a little inhibited in her length of step, wanting to tighten up a little bit more down low in that ankle, and just kind of, again, contributes to a bit of a problem here in movement. Can we switch them because this one here is a little more flexible? I think you could. I like her body length pretty well. I guess the argument you get into, that one was a little straight. This one probably has a little too much set. She's just a little banana-legged out here, and as a result, maybe has a tendency to drop her pins a bit more than what's ideal. But there's good features to her. Her length of body, her hair coat's nice, certainly very smooth up into her neck and her shoulder. Another one that, again, fits into that, you know, very nostalgic category here, this black heifer. Tremendous in hair. Again, untouched, uninhibited hair, if you will, in terms of the fit presentation, and I don't have a problem with that at all. I like the body depth on her. Again, one of those, she's got a little bit of an issue on her hind leg anyway, and then being kind of hard-headed out here to get to show, it doesn't help her much in terms of when she moves. But there are some values to her in terms of her hair coat, in terms of her volume, her moderation, her mature size. She ought to hopefully make a nice cow for that gentleman.
Your results from Class 111A of heifers. In 6th place, 2983 from LCT Farms. 5th place, entry 2899, Big Dreams Ranch. 4th place goes to entry 3022 from Silva's Highlands. 3rd place, 2936 from Highland Spice. 2nd place, entry 3064 from Oak Grove Farm. And your class winner, entry 2950 from Wakarusa Cattle Company. In the ring at this time is now Class 111B of heifers born January 1st through April 30th of 2020. We have entry 2976 from Gordon's Fold of Evergreen, Colorado. Entry 2900 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. Entry 2996 from Trafalgar Square Farm of North Pomfret, Vermont. We have entry 3019 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. Entry 2864 from Josh and Maria Krenz and Husker Show Cattle of Princeton, Minnesota. We have entry 3021 from Silva's Highlands of LaSalle, Colorado. We have entry 3056 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. We have entry 2884 from Circle V Cattle Company of Walnut Grove, Minnesota. And our last entry is 3062 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. Again, this is Class 111B of heifers born January 1st through April 30th of 2020.
Well, again, good class. Challenging. It's not easy. I guess I love judging shows. I love shows. And then it's sometimes, too, it becomes frustrating because we got cattle in here that, if I heard the birth dates right, they should be calving. Is that right? Yep. That's right. Yeah. So, again, I know that's probably a little thing, and we're here to show and evaluate our stock, but I also think the production side is important, and so that's just I struggle with that a little bit because when they come in here and I'm thinking these age cattle we need to have, and some of them look like they got calves in them, some of them don't. We need to have some udder development. We need to have females looking like they're ready to lay down and have a pup. That's what I want because that's part of our industry. So anyway, I know it's fun to show and all that stuff. Anyway, pet peeve of mine. Struggle because I think we can nickel and dime everyone in here in an area or two, and there's not, a lot of classes we had, one that you could just sink your teeth into, and I still think if you put aside those nickels and dimes, this is the best heifer for me. I like a lot of things about her. We get her stopped and propped up. Condition-wise, I like her. She's got a brood cow look, and yet she's maybe, again, not just excessive in terms of conditioning and fat. I like this one's shoulder blade. The reason we keep her and the heifer in second as a pair up here together, I think they're more comfortable in the way they travel out of their front. They're a little more relaxed. This heifer here, again, is a little cleaner condition to me than the heifer that we have second to her. A little stronger in her bone work, a little stronger down in her ankle. Again, one of those hind legs, I'm going to say it's very, very functional. It's not quite picture perfect, but I don't ever see this cow going unsound because she's got a little set to it, and she's a little bit of a handful out here too today, and she was kind of throwing them things around like a piece of spaghetti out here. And so, again, it's one of those deals that aesthetically you're like, but I don't think that thing's ever going to go unsound. Again, nice size, bold shape, looks like a mama, looks like she's got a calf inside of her by the shape of her rib cage, the swoop of her belly. So again, I think at this stage of her production life, that's pretty important. This heifer too follows her in kind, not as big bone, not as clean in her lower third, quite as elevated maybe as the heifer we have winning the class, but the same kind of skeleton in her shoulder. She stays her top very nice and correct. Again, one of those deals, I think, because of her rib cage, and I think, again, I perceive that one to have a little more calf inside of her than some that follow her. I think that helps. It helps at this age, and in my mind, it helps me kind of satisfy myself that we're trying to keep cattle that also have some production in them. So, yeah, maybe a little soft in her pasterns, not the best feet in the world. Again, I think she could be a little deeper heeled, a little stronger footed. This is one that when she first came in, I thought maybe this is the one that ends up third. Big, stout, good body. Again, she's got some rib cage to her. Struggles a bit for me on movement. Again, a little steeper out of her shoulder, just a little lethargic off her hind leg. I thought as we kind of put the skeleton together, those first two come together as a nice pair, and they just simply move better. And I'd say the same here for the next heifer. There's things about her, again, that I think you really like. Love this one's strength at top. Again, one of those is deceptive because when you get behind her, she's the best. From hooks to pins and how full she is. She's got good base width in behind her. A couple of things, again, I'm going to call that one a little steeper up in her shoulder. And again, for this stage of development, that one just needs to have more indication of a calf inside of her body to look like she's there. Now, she might have the biggest, oldest calf inside of her. I hope not, because she doesn't have enough rib if she does. Another one that I think structurally we can make a pretty strong case to move up. I think this one's very flexible and sound, and just like the heifer ahead of her, just not enough indication that she's ready to be a mama yet. She's kind of dry in her udder and her flank, and again, I think in my mind, you might think it's trivial, but in my mind, I think it's pretty important. This next heifer, I think, is a good, big, stout female, too. Again, a little sluggish when she moves out of her front end, a little steeper up in her shoulder, just not quite as true down in her front. We get her stopped, and I think you would agree with me, that's one of the really good big rib cage, big bone cattle here in the class has got some substance to her. We back way down now on size, but again, the quality is here on this dark red heifer. Just a real appealing female. Again, she's clean, she's nice built in her structure, but again, I think a heifer at this age, she's not near big enough, and again, not far enough along in terms of gestation. Silver heifer, again, equipped with a lot of hair, a lot of body depth, length is good. I favored her cleanliness of conditioning over the next dark red heifer. Here's one that's really massive and powerful. I think like, again, we've just gotten her a little too fat, and it affects this heifer movement out of her front end. She just kind of wants to waddle a little bit more out here instead of really picking them up and setting them down. So, again, congratulations. I think that's a good class. It's a struggle for me. I think you've got various things to kind of sort through, but very happy with what we're able to do on the top pair.
Your results from Class 111B of heifers in your Highland show. 9th place, entry 3062 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. 8th place, 2900 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. 7th place, entry 2976 from Gordon's Fold of Evergreen, Colorado. 6th place, 3021 from Silva's Highlands of LaSalle, Colorado. In 5th place, entry 3019 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. 4th place, entry 3056 from Star Lake Cattle Company from George Mills, New Hampshire. 3rd place goes to entry 2884 from Circle V Cattle Company of Walnut Grove, Minnesota. 2nd place, entry 2864 from Josh and Maria Krenz and Husker Show Cattle of Princeton, Minnesota. And your class winner is entry 2996 from Trafalgar Square Farm of North Pomfret, Vermont. In the ring at this time is your class winners returning from Class 111A and 111B for our judge to select your Division 6 senior heifers.
Well, congratulations to all. Again, we end with another very strong division out here, and maybe not quite as cut and dried as the others. I think you got, again, cattle that you can sure make a strong case for. And even in class, I don't know that everybody's going to walk out of this building and say, by golly, that's the only way you can place that class, because I would disagree with you. I think you could do multiple things in both those classes that we had. So, you know, the two heifers that win our class, both classes of very high quality cattle. They're nicely presented out here. They got, again, a little special, a more special look to them, if you will, in terms of their presence, their presentation, the arrogance that they both have. They're up-headed cattle, very alert in the way that they're made in that regard. The first heifer, again, very smooth and clean clean and refined. We talked about her. There's a couple things we'd like to sure fix on her. I would start at the ground first, and it would be her feet. She needs to be, again, just better in her feet, the shape of them, the depth of the heel. Maybe change her just a little bit, too, in her pin set as she goes. But she's got some really pretty cool features. The one that just won the last class, as we said, you know, a little crazy on her hind leg and the way that it's shaped, but she's bold. She's naturally got as much power as anything we've seen all day. I think in terms of her feet, she clearly has the best feet of everything that's set out here. Just maybe not the picture-perfect hind leg, but you know what? There's way more good in that one. Let's give that young man with the fancy hairdo a nice hand. That will be our champion in this division. Congratulations. Just pull your heft up there, partner. Yeah, right behind that one. You know, again, I think we commented even on that classmate to your champion. You know, the thing I would start with her, fixing her again, is at the ground. She probably needs to have a better set of paws underneath her. And but she is one of those that has just a lot of body, a lot of mass. And I thought she kind of followed that winner here better in that regard because of her body mass and certainly the angle to her shoulder. So again, I think we can say both heifers have some issues we'd like to fix. The one that just clearly has more quality and more presence out here is the heifer that wins the first class. So the young lady here out of class 1 this division, let's give her a nice hand. That will be reserved here in this division. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
You betcha. Congratulations. Yep. Good job, partner. Got a nice set of cattle. Good job. You betcha. Modern. They're all kind of look the same.
In the ring at this time is now your grand champion female selections. Returning from division number 1 of intermediate heifer calves, we have Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your division 2 junior heifer calf champion is entry 3037 from 4-star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Your division 3 senior heifer calf champion comes from Elverson, Pennsylvania of Howling Springs Farm. Your division 4 intermediate yearling heifer also comes from Elverson, Pennsylvania of Howling Springs Farm. Your division 5 junior yearling heifer champion comes from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. And your division 6 senior heifer is entry 2996 from Trafalgar Square Farm of North Pomfret, Vermont. Again, this is your grand champion female selections.
Well, again, many thanks for the opportunity to come and work with the Highland people, the breeders, the show people, and staff. Ring help's good. I got a big burly ring man out here, so I knew if water got deep, I got good help here behind me, and that's it's nice. Everything has worked kind of like clockwork out here from that standpoint. So I was just, as I was driving in here last night, I was reflecting back on the first time I had the opportunity to judge this show. Long before you clipped them, you fitted them. In fact, that first class I'll never forget. It left the ring, and I was thinking to myself, what in the world have I gotten myself into? It was a struggle. And I tell you what, people, I've watched this show from afar for many years. My youngest son, we showed steers up here. If we were fortunate enough to make the sale, the first thing we were definitely going to do was to come in here and sit down and watch this show, and it's been absolutely a delight to watch this breed grow and progress. And I did this thing a few years ago, and I was like, wow. And then we come into this show here today. It's just amazing. And I'm going to challenge any breed to say that they have made as many changes and created as much interest from other people and other breeds as you all have. So again, that's not easy to do. You have a pretty neat story, I think, and the addition of the bagpipes, and now that you've got just such quality out here, it just makes it a lot of fun. So y'all, congratulations for doing things and changing again, especially at this arena here, making these cattle really the feature now at the National Western Stock Show. So I think there are a lot of heifers out here that are special. We try to stay focused on many traits. It's a whole lot easier, and I can look a whole lot smarter if I just placed them on one trait, but I don't like doing that. I like the challenge. I've told people judging shows is like the great Easter egg hunt. You look and look and look to find the Easter egg, and that's what I like about these shows. It gives you the opportunity to go through a class of 15 or 20 of them, and there's not maybe 2 of them alike, but find the kind that works for you. And the one thing I learned 30-some years ago when I started judging these shows, or 40 now, I guess, is that we ain't all going to leave this arena agreeing that that's the best one. But I think as myself, I like to try to pick cattle that have multiple traits. We start with soundness, and we were able to do that out here. Females that look like they're going to make cows, I think we can do that. Again, that's just total speculation, but based on what we can see from the outside, this breed needs to have the ability to maintain themselves and have some dimension in tough environments, and I think we're able to do that. We got cattle out here that kind of have that look. So your champions, they just need to be equipped with the little extras, the wow factor to them, and I think our champions do that. I would say that our champion probably is not getting shown the greatest right now, but I think there's a lot of wow factor. I think what happens when we put these cattle in motion, I like that one a great deal. So I'm going to scold this fella down here for his really average showmanship skills, because his heifer's far better than that. Let's give him a nice hand. I like this one a great deal. Congratulations to him.
Your grand champion female comes from Division 5 of Junior Yearling Heifers. That is entry 2931 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the reserve champion from Division number 5 of Junior Yearling Heifers. That is entry 2932 from Highland Spice from Buffalo, Wyoming.
See, I can pick on him because I stink at this stuff too. It's like some judges are good show people. I ain't not that. So I tell you what, again, I'm gonna also again, the old consolation, you get recognized doesn't mean a whole lot to the 3rd and 4th place individuals, but I do want to say, I think we said she was an April heifer, the one that 2nd division. I think that one's going to have lots of stars ahead of her. I think she has got some really unique, cool pieces to her, and going to be, again, to have that kind of body mass and maintain herself as good as she does at the ground, I think is pretty unique. The black heifer, again, just beautiful in silhouette, her length, her soundness, kind of that in-between age, and again, being a little flatter haired. She don't look as bold as some out here, but I think skeleton-wise, length, femininity. Again, the breeding pieces she offers, I think, is pretty unique. And then again, I also like the last heifer, the one in that last division. She's good. She's just a little awkward in her hind leg, but got a lot of good volume and substance to her, and again, just a lot of mass. So those would be the others. And again, I don't want to say the others aren't in contention. They're good cattle, but those are the three that I kind of boiled down to, not only for reserve, but also those would be the three that also kind of make me perk up to pick a champion. My next favorite is the black heifer. Let's give this young lady here a nice hand. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve grand champion female comes from division number 4, and that is your intermediate yearling heifer champion from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Your grand champion will be receiving a bronze trophy sponsored by Silva's Highlands and traveling trophy by Black Watch Farms. The reserve grand champion will be receiving a bronze trophy sponsored by Dan Utter. At this time, our exhibitors will take backdrop pictures with our judge, Mr. Scott Shockey, the professor at K-State. We do have an announcement for the AHCA. Sean McStravitt, you have won some tickets. So if you are here in the stadium arena, please come to the announcer stand to collect your prize of tickets. Sean McStravitt, please come to the announcer stand to collect your tickets. That was the Denver District Pipe Band. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now we will continue on with our Highland show, starting next with our Class 301 of cow-calf pairs. The cows born of January 1st of 2018 through December 31st of 2020. We have entries 2882 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. We have entry 2907 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. And entry 3006 from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. Once again, our judge for the Highland show is Professor Scott Shockey from K-State. He has 5 national championships that he has coached on the livestock judging team. And again, our ringside help is Mr. Rick Krumpeck from Platteville, Colorado.
Where's the rest of your game?
You know, I always enjoy a cow-calf show. They're a lot of work. Ask the gentleman with the black cow. They can frustrate you when you bring the pair and she's missing her baby. That's a young calf, and she's probably a lot more alarmed to where her calf is than the cows that have some older calves out here. But to me, this is what it's about. You know, we can pick a champion heifer, but to be able to bring them back as a cow and show them what they can do, you know, fellow breeders, so what kind of maternal genetics they have and what they can do as far as siring offspring, I think is really important. And that's what I would say kind of gives this pair the edge. Now the cow, you know, we got an older calf here. She's about dried up. The lady says there's a little bit of milk, and I'm going to say very little bit. But at any rate, when I look at the cow's general design, her structure, her movement, I like that a lot. And then I think it carries over to her calf too. Again, he's got an age advantage over the calf here in second, but also he has a structural advantage. I think he moves very well. He sure looks the part. And sometimes what's really hard to do in a cow-calf division is to have the two kind of match one another, and these two actually look a lot alike. And even the pair here in second, the calf matches the mama, and so again, that's pretty good, strong maternal genetics. I always give my wife credit. We have two good boys because they got a good mama. Has nothing to do with their daddy. So, and I would say that's very true here. So, really, just a little more soundness here in both the cow and the calf. I like the udder in this cow here in second. I got a younger calf, and of course she's wetter, and we can get a little better idea of what that thing's shaped like. I don't see any real big hickeys here on the other cow. That cow standing, I love. She is good looking. She's got a nice shape to her. She's a little tighter made today in the way she's handling her ankle, and her bull calf is kind of doing a little of that same thing. But, again, when you think about two animals that match one another, they fit one another very nicely. They're presented well, clipped well. That pair does that very well. So, again, that's another high-quality pair of animals that they should be very proud of. Again, the one big disadvantage the black cow has is a very, very young calf, and she's wet. She's working hard. She's a little thinner conditioned than the other two, but that's part of being a young cow, and a young calf like that starting to wear on her. That little bull calf, he's got good stretch to him. He's got some length of body. Both of them, again, really blessed with a nice hair gene to them. So, again, best of luck to you all. Basically got two cows with two bigger, older calves out here. They're just a little further along in terms of their conditioning is kind of the difference between them two and the black pair out here. So, best of luck to you.
Your results from Class 301 of cow-calves. In third place, entry 3006 from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. In second place, entry 2907 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. And your class winner, entry 2882 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. Coming into the ring at this time will be Class 302 of cow-calves with the cow born December 31st of 2017 or prior. We have entry 2903 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Entry 2911 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Entry 3033 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. And entry 3057 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. Again, this is Class 302 of cow-calf pairs with a cow born December 31st of 2017 or prior.
right, we get in the senior citizen category, which are several of us here in the ring that can appreciate that. It's good, you know, and again, I think I work with really smart people, animal breeders, geneticists, and they talk about generation intervals, and, you know, the offspring's better than mom. When she's 3, get rid of her. I'm on the other side of the fence. I am a believer in cow families, and I'm a believer if they work, and they work forever, they stay forever on our place. This is a good example of a 12-year-old cow, Showman tells us. And again, really good in terms of function and design and mobility the way she goes. And if you get to, you know, again, you think about if somebody wants to pick on an udder, how many got a 12-year-old cow at home where the udder's attached like that? So I think, again, we have to appreciate what we have in front of us, and then we bring this snappy bull calf in here behind her. I think they said it's a May, and again, one that's kind of tugging here on the cow a little bit in terms of keeping the milk flow going. But that's a nice pair, and I appreciate one at that age to have that kind of soundness, that kind of design, and youthful look to her for being a 12-year-old. We talked about this heifer calf in class, this black heifer, how good looking she is, and brighter days ahead of her, and I think now we get a better understanding why, because Mama's that way too. That's a good looking cow, very smooth, very angular, very refined. Again, the udder's a little dried up, but we can see that the way it's attached on both ends, that there's no issues there. And again, I think what's pretty neat about this pair is, you know, mother like daughter, or daughter like mother, however you want to say it, because those two fit together very nicely. And I think just the angulation, the structure, the quality of that pair keeps them up here into our second hole. I think the next two, again, you can kind of flip-flop. I probably, in terms of udder, I would maybe switch them because I think there's a little bit more refinement to the udder of the cow in fourth. But I like probably the biggest advantage is the calf. We talked about this calf earlier, and I think there's just a lot of quality to her. She's got a nice design to her, and so again, I think we give probably the edge here in this case, and there's never a secret recipe. What's more important? I think the cows are very similar. The calf probably makes the difference for me. Like I've already said, this other cow, you know, I think the at least the teat size is a little bit better than the one we just discussed out here. Maybe the bull calf alongside, maybe not quite as snappy as that heifer calf, but both of them are very nice. They're very nostalgic looking Highland cattle, great haired, moderate in frame, tough looking cattle. Looks like they can handle a pretty rough environment.
Your results from Class 302 of cow-calf pairs. In fourth place, entry 2903 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Third place goes to entry 2911 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Second place, entry 3033 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. And your class winner is entry 3057 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from Class 301 and 302 to select your grand champion cow-calf pairs.
Well, again, I really appreciate breeders doing this. This is work. You can bring 10 bulls to the show, and it's going to be less work than bringing a cow-calf pair. I guarantee it. And I think, again, the other thing I appreciate is the quality that you have in front of us. We got the younger pair, that big, stout, burly cow, really long and big boned, and the calf that matches her, a lot of mass and substance to him. Again, I think you can sure recognize that that particular cow and the way he's been mated this time sure produces a lot of extra dimension to that calf. There's no doubt about it. We just talked about the 12-year-old cow, and I think one should really marvel the way this one is built. Her neck and her shoulder, her lines. I don't know what a 12-year-old cow equates to human years. but I'm going to guess it's probably closer to the 80 age. And so again, I think when you think about that cow and her structure, beautiful on the move out here, got the real snappy black bull calf. Again, I think one needs to appreciate that. And I'm silver-haired enough. I appreciate age and be able to look like that. Let's give them a nice hand. That will be our champion. We'll come back to our young pair here for reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion cow-calf pair comes from Class 302. That is entry 3057 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. They will be receiving a bronze trophy sponsored by Trafalgar Square Farm and traveling trophy by Bighorns Highland. And your reserve grand champion cow-calf pair comes from Class 301, and that is entry 2882 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. They will be receiving a reserve grand champion bronze trophy sponsored by Trinity Farms. At this time, we will be taking a quick 15-minute break within our Highland show. Once our break is over, we will start right back with Class 201 of bull calves born from May 1st of 2022 or later. So again, 15-minute pause for everyone to catch their breaths and get some lunch.
Alan, are you ready? Alan, are you ready?
Appreciate everyone sticking with us through our break. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 201 of bull calves born of May 1st of 2022 or later. We have entries 2904 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. We have another entry from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado with entry 2905. And we have entry 3058 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. And we have entry 2880 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. This is the only class within the division of intermediate bull calves, so your first and seconds within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate bull calves. Once again, our judge for today's Highlands contest is Mr. Scott Shockey. He is the professor at K-State. His wife, Candy, is a kindergarten teacher. He does have some sons and wives of sons, and they couldn't be here today, but he is proud to be judging our AHCA's national show.
We got a sneak peek of these two bulls, really all of them, I guess, in our cow-calf division. And, you know, again, I think there's value in both of these. And I kind of keep in the back of my mind, keep going back to this bull here and his 12-year-old mom, but just his quality and presence out here in the ring is really second to none. He's petted. I love his levelness of line, his shape down his top. Got a nice sheath in this bull, really good at the ground too in terms of feet and legs. And again, he's got that good youthful look, just a little nicer shape up into his neck and his chest. I think a great bull. And I think both of these, as they mature, there's going to be things about them that you like. I think the neat thing about what we just went through in the heifer show, there's heifers that we can make this bull to that are going to work, and there's other heifers we make this bull to here that they need. And so, again, I like the quality, the presence, the balance of the black bull. big, rugged rascal here. And again, we saw him and we said about how him and his mother kind of fit one another, the extra bone that they have and body, and his mass is really good. He handles it nice, too, in terms of feet and legs and the way that he handles his hind leg. I like his body depth. That's one thing that I think is really strong about that bull is his depth of rib and the way he maintains it back into his flank. So, again, I think both of them are exceptionally good cattle. Obviously, they both come from good mamas, and I'm still a big fan of the 12-year-old cow. We've seen these two also earlier here, and, again, this silver is just a good kind of a – and these are both very, very young calves. They're very immature yet compared to what we have in the two bigger bulls. But today he's just a little further along in his depth. I think – he's a very hairy rascal. I think underneath that hair we have on his hind leg, he looks like he handles it a little bit better. The set and design of his hock is a little bit nicer than this one here. This one's probably going to be a little cleaner up in his front. I think his body length is good. I like the way he stays down his top and his tail head. Again, maybe just not quite as stout when we get right in behind him. A little extra set to his hind leg, but from there forward, I think going to be an awful nice calf. So good set of bulls.
Your results from Class 201 of bull calves. In fourth place, entry 2905 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Third place, entry 2904 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. In second place, and your reserve champion, intermediate bull calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Spring Flight Farm, LLC, is entry 2880 from Mid Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. Your class winner and champion intermediate bull calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Rocking T Highlands, is entry 3058 from Star Lake Cattle Company from George Mills, New Hampshire. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 202A of bull calves, born April 1st through April 30th of 2022. We have entry 2939 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming, 2927 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming, entry 3017 from Cobb Hollow Farms from Pisgah, Iowa, and entry 3074 from Runamuck Ranches from Yakima, Washington. Again, this is Class 202 of bull calves, born April 1st through April 30th of 2022.
All right. I think in this particular pair, again, there's some trade-off. Really what kind of sealed the deal for me is we watch him move. I just felt this black bull was more comfortable, and especially the way he sets his foot here to the dirt, the way he leaves. When he gets and takes a step, he's more comfortable down in his ankle and that joint down low, and flexibility is really good on that guy on both ends. His knee and his hock stays very nice in his top line. You know, I like his depth of body, his smoothness. He's not as developed in terms of his shape. He's not spread as good down his back and out of his hip as the gold bull that we have here in second. And I like that a lot about this guy. When I stop and watch this bull when he's standing, and you kind of study his shape, his balance and presence out here, the bone work the gold bull has, he has a lot of things that I think are really pretty intriguing. Today, as he moves, he struggles a bit more. Really, it's just more off his hind leg and down low in his ankle and his foot and the way that he hits the ground. If you kind of watch him leave out here, he kind of digs his old toe in the ground and doesn't move quite right in the way he sets it to the surface. But again, a little bit of a picky thing, but I think that's kind of what makes the difference for me between these two. But they're both very, very nice. In the case of the bulls here, kind of working for third, I thought there was just a bit more extension and growth, and again, the ability to make a bigger, mature bull probably belongs to the one we end up using here in third. Not quite as desirable, again, in terms of his shape and the strength of his hind leg like these first two, but basically, I think there's a lot of good in him. He's just a little greener, not quite as far along today as those two that we've started with. You know, and honestly, there's no issues structurally here in this next bull. His bone work's really good. You know, for his size, he might have as good testicular development as any bull we have here in the class. He's just one of those that's just a little bit behind the game right now in terms of his weight and his performance. So once we get him kind of caught up, he'll be a lot stronger contender here in this class.
Your results from Class 202A of bull calves: in fourth place, entry 3017 from Cobb Hollow Farms. Third place goes to entry 3074, Run Amok Ranches. In second place, entry 2939 from Highland Spice. And your class winner, entry 2927 from Highland Spice. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 202B of bull calves born of March 1st through March 30th of 2022. We have entries 2832 from Creek Run Farm from Annville, Pennsylvania. Entry 2958 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Entry 2947 from Rocking T Highlands from Ohio, Nebraska. Entry 2999 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Entry 2982 from More Tranquility Ranch of Ennis, Texas. And again, this is Class 202B of bull calves born March 1st through March 30th of 2022.
Well, again, the neat thing about shows is, your favorite could be the bull's third, fourth, or fifth, and that's good because, again, I think we can look at these cattle and say each of them can bring something to a breeding program, and I'm sure it can help us. I think the one thing I like about, several in here, they've got a nice design to them, they've got good looks, and I think the quality is certainly up here on the top end. Two different kinds that we have starting the class. Both are good kind. They're different. I think when it's all said and done, this bull here, he's pretty unique in his coat color too. He's almost a bit of a try, but he's going to be a little more modern in his frame. But yet, what kind of made the difference to me was when I studied this guy's lower rib cage, his general shape. We kind of study him in his pins and his lower hip. I like the turn. I think there's just more to him. And I think even as he matures, you're going to find one that's going to have just a little more mass and bulk to him. And yet he still stays really loose and flexible. He looks nice out here on the move. Whether you're standing or traveling this bull, I think he keeps everything together pretty nicely. So, again, going to be a bit smaller, I think, when it's all said and done in his frame. But I bet he'll weigh up good because I think that one's always going to have a lot of stuff to him. The black bull is a good-looking rascal. Again, later maturing, he's kind of longer shanked. He's a little taller fronted. He's really nice and level in his top. Nice smooth hair coat on him. And again, we kind of project him on down the road. He'll probably be a bigger frame bull, which is good or bad, depending on what you're needing. I think right now, at this stage of his development, he's a little like a kind of a gangly teenager. He's growing this way, and he's just a little bit flatter in the way that he's shaped. And again, I don't know that that's a bad thing. I think because of his maturity pattern, we need to understand that's what a calf needs to look like if he's going to keep growing. He's going to be a little flatter at some point in his life, and that's certainly true with that particular one. But I like them both a great deal. Now, again, the top end, this is the bigger skeleton bull that stands here in third. He's very elevated. He's long. He gives you a really nice silhouette from the side. I like that guy's balance from the side. I tell you, as he comes at you, as he goes away from you, this is where we want to just give him more base width. He gets a little too narrow at the surface and just his general shape from one end to the other. He's kind of like the black bull ahead of him, I think, in terms of his maturity pattern. His growth curve is going to be a little bit different. So if you're needing a bull that can sure make him a little bigger and longer and yet keep some design and look to him, if your cow's got enough mass and power, this might be the best ticket here in the class for you. So again, I think there's sure quality in him. The black bull that follows him, a little the same, just not quite as big. Again, a little flatter made than the red bull, but good looking. He's got adequate bone to him. Probably I'd like to tighten him up and just clean him up a little bit in his sheath. He's just a little thicker there. But again, I think there's some quality pieces to him. This old young pup here that we have completing the class, again, he's at a real just disadvantage in maturity right now. He'll grow up. They always get bigger and older someday, and of course the bright eyes and the bright lights in here has been a little bit of a challenge for him. But you kind of study his design, his quality again. He's got some look to him, certainly smooth enough up and through his neck and his shoulder region. So just got to get some time to get him kind of caught up in terms of performance.
Your results from Class 202B: in 5th place, 2982 from More Tranquility Ranch. In 4th place, 2947 from Rocking T Highlands. In 3rd place, 2999 from T Ross Cattle Company. In 2nd place, 2958 from Howling Springs Farm. And your class winner, 2832 from Creek Run Farm. At this time, we will bring in Class 203 of bull calves born of January 1st through February 28th of 2022. We have 2 entries, 2855 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota, and entry 3043 from 4-Star Highlands from Olathe, Kansas.
Got a nice pair. Obviously today there's a big difference in just the apparent weight, and this class winner, just physically maturity-wise, he's so much further ahead of the game than the bull here in second. Based on his horn and his testicle, the bottom, basically the bone that he has. This is a bull that's just got a lot of mass. He's very rugged and he's powerful in his build, and yet he does very nicely with all that substance and muscle that he has. He handles it very nicely in terms of feet and legs. He's got some flexibility to him. So, I don't know when it's all said and done, just based on the way I read his cannon bone length and his skeleton, he's not going to be, again, just a ginormous bull in terms of frame size, but one of those because of his length, the density that he has, the muscle that he'll always be able to contribute, I think, plenty of performance to his offspring, or at least that's the indication I give you right now. Now, again, like we said, this one here is, it kind of looks like a young pup out here. He's very youthful looking. He's clean. He's nicely balanced. He's a good bull, too. He gives up quite a bit of performance today, if we want to get into that mode, just comparing. And I think in terms of his bone and just real natural width to him today, and even later on down the road, I don't know that he'll ever be able to kind of keep up with the pace that we have here on the bull that won the class in terms of those kind of characteristics or traits. But that's a good calf. He's got some quality to him, got a nice look.
Your results from Class 203 of bull calves. In second place, we have entry 2855 from Beyond Hope Farm. And your class winner, entry 3043 from 4-Star Highlands. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from 202A, 202B, and 203 to select your Division 8 Junior Bull Calves. So once again, returning into the ring is our class winners, your Class 202A winners. In first place, 2927 from Highland Spice. Your second place was entry 2939 from Highland Spice. Your Class 202B winners, in first place was entry 2832 from Creek Run Farm. Your second place was 2958 from Howling Springs Farm. And your Class 203 winners, in first place, entry 3043, that is 4-Star Highlands. And your second place winner from Class 203 is entry 2855 from Beyond Hope Farm. Again, this is your junior bull calf selection for your champion in reserve. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Husker Show Cattle, and the reserve champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Bull Run Farm.
Well, again, I'd like to really compliment the breeders. Just like we had in the heifer show, we continue the pace with bringing good cattle in here, and oftentimes in many of our bull shows, it gets a little weak. We don't have the opportunity to look at this many good bulls in the calf division, and certainly as we get into the older bulls. So I know the one thing, like I've talked about in a class or two, that maybe not every bull fits every female's needs. You know, I know we got 4 or 5 semen tanks at home, and every tank is full because every cow needs a different mating. We very seldom mass breed, 30 or 40 cows to one bull, because I'm always trying to put the puzzle together. So, and I would say that's true out here too. I think you've got really a case in 2 of the black bulls, even the second place bull here in that first class, cattle that are a little bigger and prettier, a little later maturing kind. You have the bulls that won class 2 and class 3. They're going to be a little more moderate, but yet powerful and rugged, and they got kind of a beef bull feature to them right now at a young age. So you've got different opportunities to use cattle that whatever your particular cow herd needs. So again, it's we're going to put the 2 class 2 and 3 together as your champions out here. And just real quickly, I would say the class 2 bull is a little nicer up in his chest and his neck region. The class 3 bull, obviously in terms of his testicle, his power, his stoutness, and be able to keep it together a little nice, plenty good enough in terms of structure, I think is just a little too overwhelming out here. So, ma'am, you will have our champion in this division with class 3. Sir, you will have reserve with your class 2 winner. You bet. Give him a nice hand. Very good bull class here, or division to work with.
Your champion junior bull calf receiving a banner sponsored by Husker Show Cattle is entry 3043, and that is your class 203 winner, and that is 4-star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Your reserve champion junior bull calf receiving a banner sponsored by Bull Run Farm is your class winner from 202B, and that is entry 2832 from Creek Run Farm of Annville, Pennsylvania. In the ring at this time is now class 204 of bull calves, born of September 1st through December 31st of 2021. We have entry 2913 from Happy Hens and Highlands of Micaiahville, North Carolina. We have entry 3025 from Silva's Highlands of LaSalle, Colorado. 2962 from Kasabi Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. Entry 2896 from Double G Ranch of Westcliff, Colorado. And entry 2866 from Shaggy Cattle Company from Jacksboro, Texas. This is the only class within the division, so your first and seconds within this class will be receiving Champion Reserve Champion honors. The champion is receiving a banner sponsored by Rocking T Highlands. Your reserve champion is getting a banner sponsored by Lone Star Highlands. Again, this is class 204 of bull calves born September 1st through December 31st.
The dark red bull, for me, I kind of start putting totals together, and I think he puts the things together in a very nice package for what I see in the next two bulls here behind him. He's got the same kind of body shape and substance and really just ruggedness, I guess I would say, as compared to the bull we have here in second. And then he has a bit more frame and length like I find in the bull here in third. And so to me, he kind of has that good recipe of putting all the good things together. And then you put with that tremendous bone, his bone work, and again, that rugged look that he has with the hair. I think it makes him a pretty logical place to start in here. The black bull, again, not going to be big, but he's got some shape to him. He's got some muscle. His length of body's good. He's not just going to be an ultra tall bull when it's said and done. I think for me, that extra muscle shape from behind, again, the quality of his hind leg, the way he sets it down to the ground here and kind of handles his rear third of his skeleton as I compare him to the bull that ends up here in third is kind of an advantage today. Now, once this bull in third kind of gets, again, a little more to him. He's a bigger frame, longer bull. He's a little later maturing than really either bull that we've started with, so he just needs some time yet to kind of fill out. Right now he's a little flatter made, and as we work back into his pins and his hip area, that's probably the biggest thing we see different from him as compared to the two ahead of him. He just needs to have a bigger set of pants, if you will, more muscle from behind, I think, at this stage of his game. This bull we have here in fourth, we get him off the ranch a time or two and get him a couple more shows, he'll be all right. He's a little bright-eyed out here, but again, his framework's good, his length is nice, he's good made up into his neck and his shoulder region. Probably strengthen him up a little bit from his hooks back. Again, set his pins up a little nicer, just a little more muscle shape from behind, and because he is a little later maturing bull, hopefully that'll come here with some more time in his favor.
Your results from Class 204. In fourth place, 2866 from Shaggy Cattle Company. Third place, 3025 from Silva's Highlands. In second place, and your reserve champion, receiving a banner sponsored by Lone Star Highlands, that is 2913 from Happy Hens Highlands. And your class winner and your champion senior bull calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Rocking T Highlands, is entry 2962 from Kasabi Farm. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 205 of bulls born from May 1st through August 31st of 2021. We have entries 2898 from Big Dreams Ranch, 2910 from Hanson Ranch, 2843 from Brandon Farms, 2984 from LCT Farms, 2873 from Rocky Mountain Highlands, 2997 from Trafalgar Square Farms, 2986 from Dalwhinnie Ranch, and entry 2846 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands. Again, this is Class 205 of bulls born from May 1st through August 31st of 2021. This is the only class of Highland bulls within this division, so your first and seconds within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate yearling bulls.
Okay, again, I think, nice individuals to work with here in the group, and two of them that I think are both very good and obviously in different directions. And, this Red Bull, he kind of looks like a man amongst a bunch of little boys out here. He's a big rascal in terms of his rib cage, his bone, his dimension that he has, just a big, massive rascal. And still, the thing I probably appreciate, too, about this bull, and, again, I don't know that, where you guys are standing, but I like his feet. He's got a pretty dense-looking foot. It's shaped nice. And looks like he's got some heel to it, and just again, outsider looking in, general observations, I think that might be something we could focus a little bit here on some of the cattle, is maybe just improving that. And I think this bull looks like he ought to have an opportunity to do that. Now, is he perfect? No, we probably would change him a little bit in his structure. Up in his shoulder, he's a little steep, and if he could lengthen his hip out, that changes the kind of the angle of his hind leg and where he goes. But that's a good one. He's got a lot of mass and body, and still get good presence out here in the ring. This gray bull, really long and very shapely. You study him down his top and the way that he's turned over his rib and his hip. Probably not many cattle today have that same kind of cutability look that he has, that muscle shape and trimness. I like his length of body. Again, he's sure flexible enough, kind of like our bull we just talked about. We could probably set his shoulder blade back a little bit too and change the angle a bit. That would change the way that he handles his front end, and just simply doesn't have the rib cage and the body mass to him. He's not built to have the same kind of rib cage like the Red Bull, because he's just a little shallower made. I think these next two bulls, actually next three, again, hairy creatures. They got a lot of hair to them, and that's a good thing. I thought there was a little more balance when we got them stopped, and neatness of sheath here of the bull that winds up in third. Now, again, I'd like to strengthen him up on his hind leg, give him a little more shape when you get right in behind him. But I would say the same thing really for all three of them. If we was to improve all three of them bulls, it might be a structural thing in the way that they're designed off their hind leg and the way that they go. These two here that the young ladies have are a little bit longer and just a little nicer made, and their pins in their upper hip than the ladies bull we have coming out here next in ring. This bull that's just getting ready to exit here, 29 or 28.98, he's got a little extra sheath to him too, and maybe didn't balance out quite as nicely. Now, if you want a little bit more body depth, we see that in this next bull here, and again, same kind of deal in terms of hair. He's good, his depth is good. I wanted to change him a bit if we could, from hooks to pins, maybe set him up a little nicer in his pins and just the way that he handles his hind leg. But from there forward, I think that's an excellent kind of a calf. As we have the next two bulls here, there's a little bit more frame in him and even the black bull than what we just discussed here. They're a pair of cattle that are a little greener conditions, so they don't have quite as much bloom to them and that shape like we see in some up here towards the top end. But good functional kind of cattle, really no big, real big concerns in terms of feet and legs and the way that they're made and their underpinning.
Your results from Class 205 of Highland Bulls. In 7th place, 2986 from Dalwhinnie Ranch of Ridgeway, Colorado. 6th place, 2984, LCT Farms from Wilson, Michigan. 5th place, 2843 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 4th place, 2898 from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. 3rd place, 2910 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. In your 2nd place and your reserve champion, receiving a banner sponsored by Twin Flower Farm, is entry 2846 from Wyoming Heritage Highlands of Sheridan, Wyoming. Your class winner and your champion intermediate yearling bull, receiving a banner sponsored by H&H Cattle, is entry 2997 from Trafalgar Square Farm from North Pomfret, Vermont. Coming into the ring at this time is now Class 206 of bulls born from January 1st through April 30th of 2021. We have entry 2828 from Sky High Farms, entry 3008 from Segerstrom Farms, entry 3002 from Running Creek Cattle Company, entry 2914 from Happy Hens and Highlands, entry 2868 from Eldred Family Highlands, and entry 2957 from Howling Springs Farm. This is the only class within your division, so your first and seconds within this class will become your Division 11 champion and reserve champion junior yearling bulls.
Well, in this class, again, sometimes I know for us back home, we start looking at sire selections and we're looking for a bull that maybe we're going to give up a little something, but we hope he takes us, another level in certain other areas. And I think this bull here, that's how I would describe him. I would change him a little bit up in his shoulder and a little bit in the way that he goes. Is he unsound? No, but we'd like to lay that back a little bit. But I think this bull has the opportunity to really change cattle from their back. This is as good a one as we've seen in terms of his boldness of rib, the way that he's designed down his top, his ability to maintain that kind of width back into his pins. He sets down on a pretty strong hind leg. He's got a nice heel to him. Again, if we lengthen this bull up, we change the movement on him, and that's probably where we would want to fix him. And I'd guess to kind of put the old cherry on top of the ice cream, great testicles. This is a bull that, again, you kind of study his scrotum, the testicular size, the way they descend from their body, even though there's just a bit of a turn to him. I think that's one thing that I've noticed here and over the years, that that's probably a little bit of a focus that I think we could work on. So I think he kind of does some things pretty neat. And then the bull in second is most like him. I don't know that it's always necessary to keep the likes together, but his body shape, his hip shape, his hind leg, to me, more closely resembles this smoke bull than maybe the bull we have here in third. And I think they're very similar out of the front end, too. Now, I like this bull's freedom of fat. He's cleaner inside, and I think it helps his chest and the shape of his neck. But I say, too, when I watch him move and the silver bull, they both just lumber a little bit more out of their front end. And so really what it boils down to, I think they're a lot alike, outside of color. There's just more substance and more mass, just more dimension to the silver bull than what we have here in second. Young lady, I tell you one thing, every animal you brought me, you have carbon copies, and that's cool. That is, to me, a breeding program that has focus, and this bull would be no different than many others. I love his length. He's big-haired, he's good-looking. He's, again, one of those things, two little things. His rib cage, kind of like a lot of the heifers we talked about, he's just a little hard and shallow in his body. Probably not the best feet in the world. That's probably what I'd like to change on him. But a lot of her cattle that she's shown today have that extra length of rib cage and body to them. They got a good look to them. So, again, I think there's some things that obviously that program really focuses on. I wish this bull here would just kind of settle down. He gets amped up and really hard to get a good read on his movement. I love his neck and shoulder, his depth of body. I think if he would slow down, the bull doesn't look like he's got issues in movement, but when we watch him out here and he throws his old pins down and sets his hind legs every which direction, it's hard to get much of a read for him. So again, I think it's kind of that last third of his body. You all can appreciate that as he goes out the ring here. That's probably really need to fix the bull. There's a lot of good pieces to him, though. And you know what? We end with a really big skeleton bull, big statured, proud, up-headed, long neck. Again, probably one that's a little green yet for his frame size. He probably could have used a trip to the old nail salon, get his feet worked on. He's a little long in his toes anyway, and I think that's going to maybe happen because he's got kind of some extra set there to his joints. But again, there's a bull there that can sure add some extra framework and extension to his offspring, I bet.
Your results from Class 206 of Highland Bulls: in 5th place, 2868 from Eldred Family Highlands of Bellingham, Washington. 4th place, entry 2957 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. In 3rd place, 3002 from Running Creek Cattle Company of Elizabeth, Colorado. In 2nd place, and your reserve champion, receiving a banner sponsored by Southeast Highland Cattle Show and Sale, is your reserve champion junior yearling bull from 2914 of Happy Hens and Highlands from Micahville, North Carolina. And your class winner and champion, receiving a banner sponsored by Happy Hens and Highlands, is entry 2828 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. Coming in the ring at this time is Class 207. We have a single entry, 2865 from Shaggy Cattle Company from Jacksboro, Texas. These are bulls born July 1st through December 31st of 2020.
All right, just the Lone Ranger out here in this summer division, and we've already seen bulls that are bigger than him, but I think, again, we need to appreciate the quality that we have in him. He's a good design bull. He's made nice in his chest, the angle of his shoulder, his skeleton reads really good. He's got some shape to him. So once again, I think if you kind of think about all the ingredients to make cattle sound and functional, he's got it. There'll be, like we said, obviously in the show ring, some that are going to be bigger than him, but he fits right in quality-wise and structure-wise. So congratulations to you, ma'am.
Your results from Class 207 in first place, entry 2865 from Shaggy Cattle Company. Set to enter the ring at this time will now be Class 208 Highland bulls born of January 1st through June 30th of 2020. We have entries 2918 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. Entry 3007 from Segerstrom Farms of Ida Grove, Iowa. And entry 2992 from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danbrog, Nebraska.
All right, fellows, we'll leave you stand as you are. And again, I think, sometimes, and you as spectators or as exhibitors, we sit here, and when one comes in, it just kind of, I don't want it to sound a little weird, but sometimes they just kind of take your breath, And you look at this one right here, this tricolored bull. To have one that's that long and yet that mobile, exceptional in design and look. Again, I love the way he blends a really good shoulder. He's got a masculine look to him, and yet his shoulder's laid in right. Really perfect rib cage. And I don't care what breed we evaluate, it's hard to make him like that. His length of body's good. To put a big bull on concrete and be able to keep as mobile as he is out here, that's a pretty good kind of a creature, because the bull in second ain't no slouch. That is a stout rascal. In fact, if you get right down to it, you study him and his top and the way that he's shaped out of his hip, the bone work underneath him, he's just as stout in terms of red meat as anything we've seen out here. Where they really soared is we put him on the lead out here, and just the extra flexibility and just the looseness and comfortable stride that bull takes to win the class is kind of the big advantage that he has over the other bull.
Your results from Class 208 of Highland bulls. In second place, entry 2992 from Ritz Land and Cattle. In first place, class winner, entry 2918 from Winland Flats. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from Class 207 and 208 to select your Division 12 Senior Bowl champions. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Swallander Highland Cattle Company, and your reserve champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by New River Highland Cattle Farm.
We commented on our Summer Bowl. You know, we said his design and instruction, all that is good. He'll run into, you know, a little stiffer competition when you get some big bulls kind of surrounding him, and I think we can appreciate that here. You know, that bull is really made nice, but certainly at quite a distance here in terms of the weight and just the gain and mass and substance, the masculinity that we see in these two bigger, older bulls. So we're going to keep them two in division to be our two champions. Again, congratulations to both of you.
Your Grand Champion Senior Bull comes from Class 208, and that is entry 2918 from Winland Flats. Your Reserve Champion also comes from Class 208, that is entry 2992 from Ritz Land and Cattle. At this time, we will bring back all of our division winners for your Grand Champion Bull selections. So again, coming into the ring at this time is your champions. Your Division 7 Intermediate Bull Calf champion is entry 3058 from Star Lake Cattle from George Mills, New Hampshire. Your Junior Bull Calf champion is entry 3043 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Your Senior Bull Calf champion is entry 2962 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. Your Champion Intermediate Yearling Bull is entry 2997 from Trafalgar Square Farm of North Pomfret, Vermont. Your Champion Junior Yearling Bull is entry 2828 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. And your Champion Senior Bull is entry 2918 from Winland Flats. These are your champion and reserve champions coming back for your Grand Champion Bull selection.
Well, congratulations, and you know, you have a great heifer show. My expectations of the bull show was like, I bet it's not as good as the heifer show. This is one of the fewest times in many, many years I can honestly say I walk into a show where I think the bulls were not just as good but better than the heifers. And I think that's pretty cool because there's a lot of breeds that you come to the show and you judge, and there's about 6 bulls show up, and they don't bring their best ones. So people, congratulations. I tell you what, we started out in that first division with the black bull and the red bull that I thought were outstanding. And I was content when I got done with that class. Those 2 could just as easily be my grand reserve, and I walk out of here with my head high because I think those are good creatures, and I still think they're good creatures. I think you work down in every division here, you see cattle that I think certainly can have an impact. And I think the neat thing about bulls, and you think about it, now with embryo transfer, IVF and all that, a female can have a big impact, but the bull has the biggest impact on any breed or any program, and to be able to bring quality animals like that out here and show to fellow breeders and what your program is like, and again, you got the opportunity here at the National Western to go find cattle that can help you and take you to the next level, whatever it might be. So I congratulate you. I thank you for doing that, for bringing a great set of bulls out here to evaluate. I had no idea it would be anything like this. In fact, I wanted to make sure that we don't do that. But if I was to pick a supreme animal out here today, the bred heifers, the cow-calf pair of the bull, there is no doubt the bull is the best thing that I've seen here today. So congratulations. Let's give this big rascal down here a nice hand. This is a good creature. I appreciate you bringing him out. Grand champion, maybe even supreme champion, we're going to call him. Congratulations. You betcha.
Your grand champion bull receiving a banner sponsored by Swalander Highland, trophy sponsored by Howling Springs Farms, and a traveling trophy by Stonecliff Highlands is your champion senior bull. That is entry 2918 from Winland Flats. Rolling into consideration will be the reserve champion senior bull from Ritz Landed Cattle.
I think it gets really dicey after that. I like these 2 calves. I like their classmates that they competed against. I think there's a world of good in them, and obviously they'll have the opportunity here. Hopefully next year we are able to sell some semen and get some proof on the ground. We're doing that. These 2 bulls here, this dark red bull, we called him kind of the man among boys, and he is. Even out here right now, he's a big stature bull. He's deep. Again, he's a real rugged kind of a bull that you like. And we looked at the last 2 here, the smoke bull and our other classmate to our champion. Again, they're bulls that have some power and punch to them. But, I think another one that's very unique, and again, maybe doesn't fit all, but he does some things very good out here. His testicle size, his mass, his body, his muscle, and still has show ring presence is the smoke bull. He'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion bull is also your champion junior yearling bull. That is entry 2828 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. They will be receiving a champion bronze trophy sponsored by Howling Springs Farms. At this time, we will pause for pictures with our judge, Mr. Scott Shockey, the professor at K-State. Before we begin, we will get started into the Division 13, which is your Get of Sires, and then your last class, which is your Division 14 of Produce of Dam. So again, paused for pictures. In the ring at this time is now Division 13, which is your class of Get of Sires. We have entry 3047 from Star Lake Cattle Company from George Mills, New Hampshire. We have entry 2963 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. And we have entry 2893 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. While we get our classes ironed out here, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, if you're looking for some performance genetics with some style, the 34th annual AHCA's national sale for Highlands starts at 10 a.m. in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Live broadcast with internet bidding at cci.live. Absentee bids are available via Sheridan Auction Company. For the sale catalog or to arrange trucking, make sure you contact someone from the American Highland Cattle Association, which is one of the people running around ringside here. More information can be found on the sale flyers that have been posted throughout Stock Show. So again, the 34th annual AHCA's National Highland Sale for Performance Genetics and Style is Saturday, January 21st at 10 a.m. Once again, a special thanks to Mr. Scott Shockey, the professor at K-State University, for being our judge today. Special thanks to our ringman, Mr. Rick Krumpeck, who has walked quite a few steps today. I've told he's walked at least 13,000 steps on his little Fitbit that he has, so appreciate Rick walking around and lining all of our exhibitors up and getting everyone sorted out here. In the ring at this time is your Produce of Dam. We have entry 3050 from Star Lake Cattle Company. We have another entry from Starlight Cattle Company being entry 3048. We have entry 2902 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Entry 2973 from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. Entry 2889 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 3040 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Entry 3049 from Starlight Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. Entry 3219 from Creek Run Farm of Annville, Pennsylvania. And entry 3220 from Happy Hens and Highlands from Micahville, North Carolina. Your results from your produce of dam within your Highland show. In 5th place is entry 2902 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. 4th place goes to entry 2889 from Grimes Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. 3rd place goes to entry 2973 from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. Your reserve champion is entry 3220 from Happy Hens and Highlands of Micahville, North Carolina. And your champion is entry 3219 from Creek Run Farm of Annville, Pennsylvania. And going back to your Get of Sire class, your class winner was entry 3047 from Starlight Cattle Company of George's Mills, New Hampshire. At this time, this does conclude our Highland show. We appreciate everyone coming out and supporting the Scottish breed from across the pond. And once again, don't forget the 34th annual AHCA's National Sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Live broadcast is available with internet bidding at CCI Live, as well as absentee bids via Sheridan Auction Company.